Okay, good morning. Welcome everybody to Wednesday, 26th of March, full council, Kaipara District Council meeting. Welcome to all our staff and public listening in. First requirement is apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Manderson. I see we have welcome Councillor Vincent and Councillor Naya online.
Thank you.
To see whether Councillor Paparoa is here. I guess she might be held up in the roadworks up the road here. Anyway, that's our apologies. So I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Williams. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Howard. All those in favour say aye. Conflict of interest. Is there any declared conflicts of interest today? No. There is no public forum today. We need to confirm the previous open minutes. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Lambeth. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. So the first item that we have on our agenda of importance really is the notification of the proposed Kaipara District Plan. The recommendation, I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Lambeth. And presenting this item is Michael Day, General Manager Planning and Development, and Catherine Overwater, Manager Policy and Planning. Welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll start. Catherine is held up in traffic on the way to Dargaville, so I'll kick things off. And if she arrives, great. If not, then great as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'll take the paper as read, and I'd like to speak to a few key points. I'd like to start by thanking the District Plan Working Party, chaired by Deputy Mayor Larson, for setting the direction and ensuring we have a simple and enabling proposed district plan ready for your approval today. This new plan has been several years in the making, and staff are excited to be able to present it to you today and to seek approval to commence public consultation next month. The proposed district plan will provide for growth and economic development opportunities throughout the district, whilst preserving the special characteristics that make our district unique. This new plan is a GIS-driven e-plan that is accessible to the community and easy to use and navigate. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to touch on some key zoning from the operative district plan. The new plan proposes to zone over 600 hectares of additional residential land, over 60 hectares of additional commercial land, and over 170 hectares of additional industrial land from the operative district plan. We're also proposing to introduce a new rural lifestyle zone across the district, and this will introduce a further 3,000 plus hectares of rural lifestyle zoned land throughout the district. This new plan will create sufficient development capacity for housing and business land to meet the expected demands of our district for the next 10 plus years. As you'll see in our paper, there are many proposed changes to the operative district plan, including giving effect to all higher order national planning instruments, such as the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. The intention is to publicly notify the proposed district plan on Monday, the 28th of April, and the submission period will last for just over 2 months. All ratepayers will be receiving a notification letter in April, and many opportunities for everyone to have their say throughout the process. My team, led by Catherine and co here, are also going to be producing a whole suite of FAQs and fact sheets on the new plan. And look, we're just very excited for everyone to be able to have their say on this new plan. Just introduce the item. Let's take questions at this stage, team.
Questions? No
I
questions?
have a question. I have a question. I think I raised
Councillor
my
Nair.
hand.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation and the report. I just have a few queries. So the recommendations, the C one, if you could clarify that, regardless of how many, we are proposing a huge number of houses, both in residential and this thing commercial and whatnot. But you in C, you still confirm that Kaipara is not an urban environment. Can you explain it to me, please?
Yeah, sure.
Under the national code.
So, for the chair, whilst we are proposing to rezone a whole lot of additional land in the district, there is no certainty that all that land will actually be turned into either residential or commercial housing, right? It's up to the landowners and the developers to take the opportunities if they want it. We need to do a plan for the next 10 plus years. And so what I'm seeking council to confirm here is that for this stage, that Kaipara is not an urban environment as per the NPS UD. So the definition, Mr. Mayor, of an urban environment is an urban area of at least 10,000 people. And our modelling and our statistics show that nowhere in the district in the next 10 years will have an urban area of at least 10,000 people. And it's certain that in the future, 20 years, 30 years, wherever, yes, there will be sufficient growth to have urban areas, but not right now. So that's why.
And my second question through the chair is also related to this. So these numbers we are talking about obviously is for the people who will be moving on and getting into these houses. We have a large growth plan under this district plan. And I'm also concerned about, we don't have the infrastructure for these zoning, which we have done. And do you have any comment on local water done well, the expense we have to, or can we manage it considering these numbers?
Through the chair, the local water next item on the agenda that City Maris and Nana will be talking to.
But this is in connection with the district plan. Are we ready for, because there's no point, I mean, I'm just my understanding, I could be wrong, rezoning so much land with no infrastructure promised for the developers. How are you going to sell it unless there is something I don't understand? Thank you.
Yeah. Look, I think if I can speak to that point to the chair, the proposed district plan is going to provide a range of different housing options across the whole plan. And obviously we've got our key growth areas of Dargaville and Mangatrota, Kaipara. There is a lot of rural lifestyle as well, which doesn't rely so much on council infrastructure because it's on-site wastewater disposal and water supply on site. So that kind of relieves a bit of pressure on the council services and infrastructure. But generally, coming back to your point about infrastructure and the need for that, that will obviously be planned. Remember, this is a 10-year plan, so not everything's going to happen in the first year that we put the plan. It's got to go through its process of submission and things first. So what you see may not be the final plan approved as an operative plan, but this plan going forward will serve the district for 10 years, and we've planned even beyond that.
Thank you.
For a while.
Okay, Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor. Simple and enabling is what we've gone for. Hopefully The recent announcements by central government to streamline everything, how do you feel? Are we meeting the target? Do you think we'll slip into that with our district plan? Do you feel that there'll be much disruption? I know it's a very grey area because we don't know exactly what central government are proposing, but are you feeling confident this will meet their requirements as well?
First and foremost, the Chair, we need to focus on our own destiny, our plan, and just work for our proposed plan, which is in flight. What the government is talking about is potential legislation that might be introduced later on in the year, which might come into effect in a few years' time. So it's not concrete. So let's just focus on our own destiny. But what I will say is that the government is signalling to do things simple, cut red tape, and that's what we're looking to do in this plan as well. So I think it's really well future-proof. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all. And I go back to comments that we all raised at the briefing, and that, we were generally well pleased with this document and where it was going. I still seek the affirmation, really. We've got a lot of work being done about areas and the zones and what we're going to protect as far as housing areas go, which is great. Do we have sufficient in here to support, provide the infrastructure support? We're always talked about, particularly over here, Mangawhai has not had good planning basis, good planning behind it over many years. Now, you can't rectify it all in one go, but this will help to really uplift that whole area of infrastructure. You're quite relaxed about that?
Look, Mr. Chair, it's fair to say that the Mangawhai area has been growing rapidly in the past several years. The new plan actually looks to introduce a managed growth approach to the Mangawhai area, which will look to ensure that there's a sufficient infrastructure capacity going forward to hopefully achieve good results in Mangawhai.
Okay, and then we've got other elements in here in the paper today that will assist with that too.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you. So I have the first comment to make. I'm really pleased so far with the process that's been undertaken to come to this point in time where we can notify the proposed district plan. It's a 10-year document, so it's probably the most important document as the leader of the district that I sit on. Right from the start, it's been an interesting process because we've gone out and driven many areas of our community to get an idea of what's happening in the, the Pahis, the Paparoas, the Ruais. We've done our homework going out and looking and checking up on what the opportunities are for this district in terms of trying to get some growth moving. And I think this plan, the high-level directive was that it should be simple and enabling, and I'm very confident that we can achieve that so that we can grow our district carefully and manage the growth where it's high growth and manage growth where we need to stimulate that growth. So I'm pretty happy with where we're at this point in time. So I'm looking forward to the notification and the feedback from the community, and those that are listening in, please get active in that feedback and tell us what you think. I think that once you familiarise yourself with what we're trying to do, it's actually part of where New Zealand needs to go in terms of making it simple for people to get on with their lives, use their land to the best advantage whilst, you know, having consideration for their neighbours. That's the level of where we need to be, so that everybody in our community can enjoy their district. Thank you. Second this statement, Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you. On it, please let us know. That's out there to the public. If you agree with it, let us know. Just because you disagree with it doesn't mean that's the only person that should make a submission. If you agree with what's the direction of this plan, please submit that you agree with it. So otherwise we get a tainted view during the hearing process. So that's the only thing that I can say. Don't, for those people out there, don't be complacent, sit on your hand and say, I've nailed it and it's going to happen. Tell us that we've done right, or tell us that we've done wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was a member of the District Plan Working Party, and I kind of agree with your comments, Mr. Mayor, about it being simple and enabling. That's all relative, because I think to a layperson it will be quite not so straightforward to negotiate, but I'd like to think that we made it as simple as we could within the network of rules and requirements that we have to work with. So I just put that qualifier in there. So it's not bedside reading for 3-year-olds. It's actually something that requires a bit of conscious thought. And I guess I would certainly encourage people to provide their response, and they ideally could look at it from the point of view of how they personally would be affected, but also what they see as in the best interests and their vision of the future for the Kaipara district. I'd really like to know about that. Should I still be around when that happens, which might be another term or two away. So we'll just see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's interesting to reflect on the process that we've been through, and people might ask the question, why has it taken so long to get here, as we had already been through a draft plan engagement quite a while ago. And I think where we got to with that is that the majority of the council, despite the direction of the previous council to produce a simple and enabling plan, didn't feel that it was that. We wanted to make sure it really was going to land for the district. I think that through this extra iteration of review, we have landed that. I think that the E plan is going to be really, really useful to our ratepayers, because you can simply click on any property and it will bring up a sweep of all of the rules and all of the overlays, etc., that relate to that property quite seamlessly. In fact, I was looking at a South Island district plan over the weekend, which didn't have those provisions, and really quite difficult to navigate the various rules and policies. This will be a big improvement, having all of this totally up to date. Yeah, it's going to be quite transformational. We've had over a number of years a sort of de facto rural lifestyle zone emerged through small rural subdivision, and now we actually make provision for an actual zone to accommodate that and allow some of these beautiful areas on lower productivity land to be used to attract more people into our district, but at the same time still protecting our good productive land for our very important primary production industry. And also, one of the things we've heard over and over is that in some parts of the district there's a bit of a catch-22, because people want to expand their businesses, And sometimes there's not enough commercial and industrial land available to do that, and this plan will provide that. But also they need to be able to accommodate their employees, and particularly over in Dargaville, the word that I've heard is that there is very limited accommodation available, and this plan will allow for both, say, small lot rural subdivision or rural residential subdivision, and for increases in residential development potential as well, to provide for that more affordable accommodation. So we've been through a long process. I would like to specifically thank Michael Day and Catherine Overwater and their team for the excellent work that they've done with this review. They've really worked hard and been very receptive to our bold vision for the district. And at the end of this, really, this is just the start today, because we're now going out to the community to seek submissions, and we want to hear from everybody on whether they think it's a good idea or whether they think things should be changed, and everything is up for debate in that regard as we move into submissions, further submissions and hearings. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Paparoa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do acknowledge that it's a good exercise and long awaited. I have my concerns, as I mentioned in questions, to the extent that we are biting more than we can chew. For a small council, the existing infrastructure is insufficient even to meet the whatever we have, and what we are promising, the moon, will only burden unless we await central government, which is doing a good job in terms of releasing land on a central basis, tiny homes and whatnot. So I think the issue, we are working, I believe we are working at cross purposes. We're one way we are saying we are not urban, and we will rely on a lot of on-site treatment and whatnot. But if you look at the questions in previous briefing, a lot of houses are probably to be linked, especially in Mangawhai, to the wastewater system, which is already struggling. So looking at the resources, the current resources we have, I think we are biting more than our ratepayers can afford. They're already struggling. So I'm concerned in terms of timing of this, especially because there are elections in few months. I think what we should do is probably keep the status quo with this and let the new, the council come in, and then they take the process further. There are quite a few things which are not there yet. The local water is done well, is still a fantasy. I don't know how far it's gonna go, but we are, as I said before, we are probably biting too much and too soon. So I have my reservation on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paparoa.
Yeah, good morning through the chair. I am quite supportive of the proposed plan, in particular as it relates to the multi-purpose zone, and would want to thank Catherine, Michael and the team for the work that they've done. And I'd also like to thank the previous councillors. As we know, this has been a piece of, or a body of work that's taken the length of this term and last term as well. So just for the community listening in, there was a proposed district plan that was due to go out for notification, and then this current set of elected members has done a bit more work on it as well. I was quite surprised to see that the multi-purpose zone layer that was put in the previous term has managed to survive through to this draft. I'm really happy and quite surprised by that you'll notice from the land area that we have the third largest area in the district of land that will come within that multi-purpose zone, and would really like for the council to push to get some consultation and engagement with the marae in the district to get some feedback on how that can potentially be further fine-tuned. Overall, it's always a good opportunity to get the community involved, to have their say on what things that they like about the proposed plan and what changes they might like to see, and also whether there's anything that's been missed off of the zoning in particular. And yeah, other than that, happy to progress this on to the next stage. Thank you.
Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins. I was just referring to my list to make sure that you are the next in line.
Thank you. Nearly 6 years ago, when I first ran for council, I was approached by several community leaders and business people asking about the zoning and the restrictions, especially in the Dargaville area. I was advised then that there were some businesses that may need to leave the district because they couldn't expand. And I was spoken to by people who were wanting to build and had a lot of red tape to go through. It's been a very long journey to get to this point, and it's probably one of the frustrations of local government in how slow the process has been, and it's a frustration for a lot of the members of the public. That's partly obviously just the way process works with local government. If it could have been any faster, I've got no idea. I wasn't on the working party. I'm glad to see that we're reaching a point now where the public can put in their submissions and give their input into the district plan. I completely and fully agree with those that have already said that this is something that the community does need to engage in. And it is something that they need to direct whether they agree or disagree with any parts of it. That's really important. And it will be the last district plan that this council will be formulating in the form that it has been done under the RMA. I think there is a huge thank you to Catherine and Michael and all their team, if they have any, who have put together this work, who have already drafted a district plan once and then gone through chapter and verse a second time around to land at this point. I commend their patience and their hard work and the hours and hours that they have put in. And I hope that they have, I hope that they have felt appreciated and respected for going through that process. The journey isn't over yet because we do need to take in the consultation. And it's still quite a bit of a journey to go. But yeah, let's hope that this will finally land somewhere and we'll be able to open up some zoning. And we'll be able, and not only that, but able to make it easier for those important businesses in our district who provide employment, who fill up those houses that we're running short of, and basically provide the economy for our district. Very important. So looking forward to the consultation, looking forward to the next steps. And looking forward to council's decisions to adopt the district plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay, thank you. I'll wind up with the movers right of reply. Yeah, look, I'd just like to reiterate my thanks to our key staff who contributed to this plan. I'd like to thank my CE for helping us put a smooth process together and coordinate a lot of what goes on in the background to make meetings happen. And get the right people involved to put their input in. The plan is more than just, it doesn't stand just on its own. There's other initiatives that we are trying to do as a council to make Kaipara the place to be, which is our overarching principle that we decided at the start of this 3-year term. So the plan is strategically aligned with our long-term plan, Vision Kaipara, the place to be. And our council wants to make Kaipara a place that is easy to do business and to attract new residents, businesses and investment. So outside the plan, there's other things happening, like the development of our new website, where we, you can't sell a secret. So the new website coming out, I think will also align with this plan to make this place attractive to come and live, work and play. So I think we've got a good future in the district in terms of what this plan is going to outline for our residents and newcomers. So with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Against? Motion
Abstained.
carried. Yeah.
Can we just confirm Councillor Nayer's vote? Was that an abstain or against?
Are you, how did you vote, Councillor Nair?
I said abstained. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, next on our list is government local water done well options for consultation. The recommendation is there. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Howard, have a seconder. No seconders? Councillor Vincent, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to call up Anna Nama, who's here with us in person for those online. Look, I'll just say a couple of things to start with. So today, you're being asked to agree on the options for consultation with our community. I'm not going to go through the report. It is pretty self-explanatory and takes you through their journey. The one point I would say is, we are very reliant on our neighbours and working together as well. I'll wrap it up after Anna's had a bit of a chat and describe what they're doing in that space as well. So we've worked with you quite a bit over the last probably year and a half in this space. We have multiple reports to briefings and workshops and data and all sorts of information. And I want you to recall that, but also want you to acknowledge as well that we've been talking about water and local government for probably 4 years, nearly 4.5 years. We're finally getting to some sort of culmination of an approach here. And that's really significant for our district. It is significant in Kaipara, but it's also significant around the region and the country as well. Despite having a new minister in local government, he's been very engaged in our process and in the process across New Zealand as well. So there's really key points there. Anna's going to take you through a bit of a journey here. I'm not going to take a huge amount of time, but I think it's important to do so because really reflective that some of the information that we've presented to you in the past has been in public excluded for good reason. And this is one of the first times it's out in the open. We have done open briefings, but we do want to sort of take the public through that journey as well. So Anna, can I just hand over to you and I'll come back at the end. So.
Thank you, Jason, Mr. Mayor, councillors. This report builds on the workshop that we had on the 12th of March, where we set out various options that council gave us direction on. We're here today because we do need to make a decision around the options that we're going to consult with our community. And those are set out in the recommendations. But I might just sort of give a bit of an overview, Mr. Mayor, that in the previous reform, you would note that we were working with Entity A. And just from a capital investment point of view, we are requiring across the whole district just to bring our assets up to modern day standards in the order of $600 million over 10 years. Now, with the Entity A AMP that got moderated down to 495, you would recall, we presented that down up in the in Dargaville at the Lighthouse, and we were okay with that because it got us through some renewals and levels of service and growth. With local waters done well, we've obviously had to review that quite significantly, and you will recall at the 12th workshop, we did set out with Martin Jenkins the potential price paths if we do go with a modified capital investment of $240 million over 10 years, and that's sort of set out in the options, advantages and disadvantages, and I'll take you through that. But that sort of saw a price path right up to 2034, about $8,000, which, you know, we know ourselves that that's not sustainable or affordable for our community. Now, if that was to be debt funded, we would be sitting in around about 600 to 1200% in terms of debt to revenue. And that sits outside the guidance of our GFA, and we would become a liability. And then we worked on what is an option for us, and we were sitting around the 400% debt to revenue, but that got us down to a capital investment program of 113 million. So essentially it's $10 million per year for the next 10 years, and thereabouts. So with that in mind, Mr. Mayor, we set out to say, well, what is the best option for Kaipara District Council? And we did have some guidance from the government, and those are pointed out in Figure 1. I won't go through those because we have navigated those over the passage of time of presenting to you and the elected members, Mr. Mayor. But we do need to go through the recommendations D to make sure that we are clear on what we're not consulting on, and we're clear on what we are consulting on in our preferred option. So at the 12th workshop, we set out 3 proposals. One is to retain the existing in-house model through a shared services, through a business unit. And that's important, Mr. Mayor, because whatever option we go with, the water and wastewater has to be ring-fenced. And so that's what option 1 on the first page talks about. We then talked about a Kaipara District Council, Whangarei District Council, council-controlled organisation. So that's, again, a business unit that's set up on the 2 organisations, and it's run by a professional board. And council has the ability to inform its direction it wishes the board to take through what's called a statement of expectation or statement of intent. And then the third one is a joint Northland CCO, so no different, but we just add Far North to that CCO. Now, Mr. Mayor, we did have a good discussion on that day, and you'd note that we did get feedback in terms of what elected members' direction was to staff. And that was to proceed with the Kaipara District Council, Auckland Council CCO. A Kaipara District Council, Whangarei CCO with shared services being a secondary selection. I'll talk a little bit about that. A joint Northland CCO with 3 councils. Failing 1, 2 or 3 then corresponds with the Minister of Local Government. So since the briefing, Mr. Mayor, the 3 councils have been doing further work and further discussions around what options the various councils will be taking, and Jason will take us through that in a little bit more detail. But the options that are the 3 options that have come to discussions with our fellow councils is to retain the existing service in-house through a business unit. A council business unit with a shared services arrangement, and that could be with 1 or 2 other councils, and then progressively work towards a council-controlled organisation. And then the third one is a joint Northland CCO. So if I just take you through to the advantages and disadvantages, just to be clear that elected members sort of understand each of the options and the advantages and disadvantages. So if we take a Kaipara in-house business unit, obviously there's some advantages in terms of we retain full control. It's simple because we don't have to do a lot of merging with other councils. We basically ring fence the water and wastewater department and make sure that we can transparently indicate the cost of delivering those services. However, the disadvantage obviously is that, the capital investment that we do require does present our charges doubling or tripling by 2034. And you would note in the briefing pack, it sets out what the price path potentially will go to. And I think it's attachment B from the 12th briefing sets out that, we at 2034, we could be up around the 8,000 per household. The other thing too, Mr. Mayor, is the bill's quite clear in terms of the council has to, or the CCO has to demonstrate financial sustainability by June 28. And financial sustainability is set out in the bill, but I also set it out in my paper of the 12th and the 5th of March as well. Obviously, if we do go alone, we're also getting quite close to our debt ceiling as a council. So potentially by 2029, we hit our debt ceiling and we limit our borrowing capacity. And then because we're sort of a standalone and not a CCO, our borrowing constraints through local government funding agency, LGFA, is constrained as well. The next one, Mr. Mayor, is a shared services arrangement. Now, that's basically where Kaipara District Council will work with the other council, Whangarei, or councils, Whangarei, Far North District Council. The advantage there is that we could leverage some joint procurement or operational activities. But you'll note that the savings, whilst are okay, they're quite moderate in terms of, we're expecting less than $500,000. So that may increase over time as we find more opportunities, but at this point in time, the opportunities are sort of limited to joint procurement and operational activities. Again, the disadvantage is the same as retaining it in-house. We have a capital constraint, can't demonstrate financial sustainability, hit our debt ceiling, and unable to increase our borrowing. Third option, Mr. Mayor, is a council-controlled organisation. So that's similar to Watercare in Auckland, where it's a standalone company, it's asset owning, therefore it has greater leverage. So the advantages in that scenario, Mr. Mayor, is that we can borrow more from LGFA. We can demonstrate that we'll be financially sustainable by June. The other, as I said to you, we can borrow more, and the guidance is up to 500% on debt to revenue. We have a separate balance sheet, so our debt over time is transferred or brought from council. And so that debt, the water debt, goes off, and council has the ability to borrow more for other services, whilst the CCO has the ability to borrow as well for its capital investment program. We don't lose control. We retain control through obviously appointing directors, but also through what's called a statement of intent. Disadvantages is that obviously council doesn't have day-to-day control as it does today. But notwithstanding the fact that you will have a professional board and a chairperson, sorry, and as I said before, retain control through statement of intent. So, Mr. Mayor, we have to go through what's called a consultation process, and what we have to do there is we have to identify the options that we want to consult the community on, and I'll come through that in a second. The other piece of work that we are needing to do by September this year, Mr. Mayor, is we need to develop what's called a water services delivery plan. And that really builds on the decision that council makes today. We have to submit that plan before September 2025. And that plan really sets out, if we do go to a council-controlled organisation, be it dependent on the other councils agreeing as well, what date do we go live? If we are to retain as a shared services agreement, again, we'll have to put some narrative around how do we make sure that we are financially sustainable by the date required. The other thing we are doing, Mr. Mayor, is that we are still continuing to talked to the Department of Internal Affairs. They are assisting us in doing some modelling, particularly around the growth and how growth is funded. So there's still a piece of work going on in the background. It won't stop us today from making a decision on what options we want to consult on. We'll be quite clear in the consultation document that the source documents that we're attaching, which were produced by Martin Jenkins, they are indicative only, because I think we have to be clear with the community that if we go with either of the options, you've got different price parts over time. So we'll be quite clear that they are indicative only, that further work has to go on. We'll also need to be clear, Mr. Mayor, that we are still working with our fellow councils in the north, because as we conclude the consultation process, the options may change. So whilst it might seem a little bit fluid, I think there's value in letting that course of action occur for two reasons. One, each council has their own preferred option, and secondly, the community have to have their say as well. So just highlighting that. And then just coming back to the consultation, Mr. Mayor, we want to bring back next Friday, I understand, a consultation document for adoption to consult with the community. Appended to that will be what's called a source document, which will have some of the financial analysis that Martin Jenkins has undertaken. You all note, sir, that we haven't released any of the documentation in the public domain. It's been all in the PICs to date. My understanding is that the other councils have released some of the Martin Jenkins information, hence why we also want to provide some guiding documents in relation to the consultation document. So that now brings us back to the recommendations, Mr. Mayor, and we're making, I'll just read through them. So the options available for us are that we retain the Kaipara District Council in-house business unit. So again, that's a standalone ring-fence unit. We explore shared services arrangements with Whangarei in the first instance, and then far north, depending on where we land with Whangarei. As I said to you, there's some advantages in that, but there's also some disadvantages, as I have outlined. And then there's a joint Northland Council controlled organisation, which is Office's recommended option that we seek your guidance on, Mr. Mayor. I'll let Jason talk to B and C. The other thing that we have to do, Mr. Mayor, is that we have to agree on the options that we're not proceeding on. So at the moment, what we're saying is that we don't want to set up a Kaipara District Council CCO. It is quite financially heavy with very little benefit. So we're saying not to proceed with a council controlled organisation or Kaipara District Council water organisation. And then the other two, Mr. Mayor, is a mixed council consumer trust and a consumer trust. Now, those are good in the electricity industry. They've been proven, trusted. Office's recommendation is that it's probably early days in the water sector. So we are recommending that those three options we do not proceed on. I'll probably hand over to Jason now before we take questions, just to talk around the other options that we've got on the paper.
Thank you, Ananama.
Just how I'm going to run this. I've got people with their hands up. I'm going to allow the CEO to do his talking, and then we'll take the questions.
Fantastic.
So everyone has the information before we start asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I won't take too long, team. Obviously, I do want to recognise at the outset that this process is wholly imperfect. And, you know, a process that involves 10 leader members is sometimes difficult. If you can imagine involving all the leader members of Northland in a process it was also quite difficult. So I want to recognise that at the outset. I do want to cover off our neighbours and neighbouring councils and their approaches here. And I think it's important to do that ahead of the questions. So Auckland Council, you'll recall I've added the paperwork, and Auckland Council formally advised us in a letter they're not in a position to consider working with Northland councils at the moment until at least September. So that is basically until everybody's done their water services delivery plan. and then post-September have a look at that. In the last sort of briefing, you asked me to clarify with Auckland a little bit more about Kaipara District Council specifically, because you didn't think the letter covered that off, and so I did that. And the chief executive came back to me and advised that they're not able to, contemplate any formal governance arrangement with Kaipara District Council at the moment, or any other council actually, as well, as it's not just us, in the immediate future. However, they haven't ruled it out, and that is something that would be a sort of a medium to longer term conversation, most likely in the new year. Actually, now I don't know if you heard the media this morning, but so Watercare as an example, as them and Auckland Council are going through quite a process at the moment. Watercare financially separating, just call it divorcing from the Auckland Council, based on their specific legislation, and so they're under quite a bit of pressure right now to make sure they get that model right for the 1.5 million Aucklanders out there. So that's what they're going through, and that's why they can't really contemplate anything with us at the moment. But the most important piece from that conversation is that the door is not closed in the future. And then for us, that's really relevant. Final District Council, so they've already had their council meeting last week, I believe it was, and they had two options, a single business unit, and bear in mind that that single business unit is not as we operate waters now. It's ring fenced as unsaid. It's financially separate as well, so it's not a status quo option. That is their preferred option, but they also are looking at the regional CCO. Now, when they looked at the regional CCO option, they made some decisions around getting a statement of intent, heads of agreement towards a CCO. So they're certainly not close to it, but at the moment, doing it themselves is their preferred option. Whangarei District Council, they're meeting tomorrow, so we're slightly ahead of them. They're also similar, I suppose. They've got the single business unit as their preferred option as well. And let's be honest, if you're looking at Northland, Whangarei District are in a very different situation to both Far North and Kaipara, incredibly different situation there. So that's their preferred. However, they're also really open to talking about a Northland CCO option. And they want to, as part of that, agree to work with the other councils on a regional CCO or shared service option. So to Anna's point that he made before, the door is not closed here at all. And it's literally, hey, let's go to a public. We're recommending the preferred option to you as a regional CCO. That will be the best option for us. And then post this, we hear from our community, assuming it gets approved today. And then we continue this local waters done well work in depth and with intensity over the next few months to get some certainty for us. And then obviously for our community, and then we have to deliver the water services delivery plan by 4th September. So I think that covers off our neighbours. And Mr. Mayor, going to hand back to you to take questions.
Thank you. So I have three sets of hands, starting with Rachel Williams, then Councillor Naya, Councillor Paparoa.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to probably try to get some a way forward. If we're going out and consulting and we've got our three for the preferred on the document, how do we then, if after September 2025, Auckland might be able to work with us, but we haven't consulted the community, that could be an option. How do we then, do we have to go out and reconsult? What would the process be if Auckland did want to come to the table, but we've already gone out and consulted on a preferred option? How do we interface that in the future?
The bill, as I understand it, which is going through select committee and will be enacted, does have the option for council to change its mind if another option becomes available and viable. So
would we have to consult again with the community about that new option?
We won't know the final yet, but what they're making provision in that bill is for councils to go a different path once they have made a decision on this path. So it'll be up to the council, I would suspect, in terms of, is it material for the community? How does it impact them? And if there is a significance, then my guidance would be back to Jason that you probably would have to consult.
Yeah, and so I would agree with that, and thank you. So I think, Mr. Mayor, it's about significance and also CCOs. So currently, if you are going to form a CCO, if it is a CCO, then you must consult. Of course, the bill could say something different, like it has done in the past, to provide a bit of a fast track. I don't really want to use that term, a less bureaucratic way of going. But yeah, this whole approach is geared around getting water services delivery plans approved in September to provide some direction to the government and to the community about where we're going, but it doesn't preclude us changing after that.
So you don't think that it would be worth having a piece in there that could be, that this could be a future option, and could you ask for comments on that, or you wouldn't want to muddy the?
No, I don't really want to muddy it. It's really,
I'm just
yeah.
trying to, yeah.
There's an element here of Auckland have been very clear at the moment. We don't want to kick the dog either, so to speak. We want to make sure that we do what we need to do. We are going to reflect in the paper, for example, the Auckland option, and we will talk to the Auckland option for the future too. So we won't be asking for comments on it because it's not really an option for now. Post September could be an option, and we just need to continue down that.
Okay. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm just the words which are ringing in my ears is of course imperfect proposition, as Mr. Morris mentioned. The words which are also ringing in my ear before I ask my question is the minister's local waters done well is based on two things. I think we have missed the most important thing, which was it is not only that it has to be financially viable, but it has to be affordable to the ratepayers. So my question is on this matter. You are proposing that we keep it as a single council at this moment in whatever form as a single business unit. We are already suffering and we haven't serviced the debt or in a position to repay the debt, which is existing. And that's the reason I was asking in the previous presentation about future growth. And now, as a ratepayer, if you are coming to me with these
can you please get to your question? You're making a statement at this point.
No. I'm coming to the question, sir. The imperfect system, how a ratepayer, which is not so financially wise, I mean, I struggle to understand the whole consulting process, how they will make a judgment on the option you're consulting on. So I'm just asking you, are we prepared to consult? And following with Councillor Williams' question as well, when the door is still open, can't we just go to the minister to say, well, we are not in a position to meet the deadlines, and let it be the next year? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Minister, I understand, has been clear at the Northland Altogether Forum that getting an extension on the water services delivery plan is probably a long bow. The Act also talks about the fact that we have to consult prior to local body elections. So time is running out, Mr. Mayor. And what I have set out in my previous papers of the 5th, the 12th, and probably even prior to that, is that the Crown, the Minister, if Council fails to act, will put in a Crown facilitator. And you will recall, Mr. Mayor, that my guidance to the elected members is that we don't want that to occur.
Thank you. Councillor Paparoa.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm still not understanding where we've gotten to. Just to take Jason's point that we don't want to kick the dog. Will we not be kicking the dog because we're going to need to require ministerial intervention to marry us to somebody? I need some clarification on what we're actually going out to consultation with our community on, because as far as I am aware, the options that we're presenting are not options that we have any say over. Their options where we're saying, shall shall we go it alone, which we can't, because the minister was very clear last week in his presentation that we need to demonstrate financial viability into the future. Option 2, we have no control over, and option 3, we have no control over, and the only actual option is option 4. So I need some clarification around that. The other thing is, why are we pigeonholing ourselves into putting who our preferred options are? What in option 2, why are we not just saying what the model is? And it's really irrelevant to our community for now who those people are, and isn't it a mischaracterization of what our preferred council options are when you're saying the preferred is whangarei and then whanau, when we as elected members said that our preference was Auckland Council? So why is that not in there? Why are we saying these are the preferences when they're not? And then finally, why are we saying that we've had something official from Auckland Council, when I would think that something official is a motion passed by the governing body at Auckland Council to say that it's just not possible. We've only had a letter from the CEO of Watercare to say that the doors are ajar until September. And why can't we still keep that option open when they're waiting on the service delivery plans, in which case, by the time that those come through, we might actually be able to have some conversations with Auckland Council, but then we've already gone out for consultation, the cart before the horse, and then we're going to have to come back around and consult. It's almost like you're setting us up for a specific course, which suggests that you want to tie us to whangarei, and we're saying, well, do we want to be tied to whangarei yet, or do we still want to consider our options between Auckland Council and whangarei? So I don't know, there's not a question in there, but can we just clarify what are we really doing? Do we need to amend it to say, to keep option 2 broad? And what are we really going out to consult with the community on when most of those options are not within our power? Thank you.
There's a bunch of questions there. Thank you, Councillor
I'll
Paparoa.
give it my best, and I might have to leap in to help me. I think I've answered the Auckland Council option in question already, and they're not open to it until after September. So just to clarify what you said, Councillor Paparoa, it's after September that they're open to it, which means we have to do the water services delivery plan and follow this consultation process under the regime that the government has set up. So that sorts that out. And it wasn't the CEO of Watercare, it was the CEO of the Auckland Council that wrote to us and provided that information. And the CEO of the Auckland Council who provided me the response that I have provided to you and talked to as well. So Auckland is off the table until at least September. And so we do have to follow this process. That answers that question. As far as the preferred option, we are required to have a preferred option. As well. Each council, when they consult with the community, have to list what their preferred option is. In some ways, I agree with you. We're recommending that the CCO, regional CCO, be the preferred option out of those options that we have on the table at the moment, and recognising that they are our only options at the moment. And also recognising that, as we've said, there is a lot of work to do with our neighbours still, post-consultation as well. Now, we're not doing this in isolation, Councillor Paparoa. We've also worked with DIA really closely in this space. They understand where we're at. They know our situation. They know the options we're consulting on. They've seen the report and that as well. So we are keeping in touch with the DIA, the water regulator, our local councils as well. And there is an absolute anticipation that we will be able to work together and get through this. But equally so, we are required to consult. And that is a step we need to go through. And it's actually kind of good to socialise this with our community as well. At the moment, they've heard about local waters done well. They've seen some of our briefing papers, but actually they haven't seen anything concrete come out of us, or as concrete as it can be. And we're trying to provide that sort of certainty as well. I think I've kind of covered that off.
Yeah, look, I have some sympathy for Councillor Paparoa's concerns, because sometimes we have to, with this process, we're being made to put the cart before the horse, aren't we? That's the way the process is dictating it to us. Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I would like to thank Ananama for his analysis of the situation being fluid. I thought that was a good one. I guess I could add to that. I think we really are under the pump, aren't we, in terms of our options. Question, and why I say that is just wanting confirmation. Like, I know that we have a statutory obligation to include a go it alone option as a status quo to compare the other options with, but really of the joint regional CCO is the only sustainable option. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it gives us a better advantage than the other two options that are on the table.
Well, sustainable, in my view, is something that you can carry on endlessly, not just for a long time. And so I asked the question again. I mean, are either options 1 or 2 sustainable?
So as I through you, Mr. Mayor, the table sets out that options 1 and 2 will not give us the financial sustainability we need by June 2028, only because of the capital investment that is required for us to maintain our levels of service, compliance, growth, etc. And so and then also we hit our debt ceiling fairly quickly as well, because we've got all of council debt that comes onto the book. So in summary, the answer to your question, Councillor, will be no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you to the Mayor. Yeah, mine's very much on the same line. Got to do with harmonisation of costs to the individual user. And I believe, under my understanding, and if you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that the only way that we will not be harmonising if we go out on our own, but all the other options, sorry, we will be harmonising if we go out on our own, because we are looking after our own setup. But any joint we join with Whangarei or the Far North or whatever, we won't be able to harmonise for the first 3 or 4 years. Am I correct there with the costs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a political decision and a decision that will be made by the respective governing bodies.
But just to supplement to that, Whangarei have indicated that they will not want us to harmonise for the first 3 or 4 years. Is that correct? Until we work ourselves out.
Yes, Mayor. So currently, I mean, there have been some discussions about how a regional CCO could work. There's nothing set in stone yet, obviously. We need to go through the step first. There are different machinations of harmonisation. Now, for those that are online, harmonisation, you know, we're talking about, I mean, let's be honest, it's a funny word for cross-subsidisation, right? So harmonising the rates over time. The benefit, though, to regional CCO is that harmonisation over time. And, you know, that's, you know, the greater good principle, okay? Now, as Anna pointed out, all that work has to continue as well, and depending on what the consultation comes out with and future decision making. But yes, there are different models that could run. Whangarei District Council are currently not open to harmonisation, but they haven't made a decision on that either. So I'm saying that with a bit of trepidation. You know, they're in a good space in the waters area, and they need to look after, you know, from their perspective. So there'll be some work that needs to go through. It could be a long-term harmonisation plan over time, assuming the regional CCO comes through.
Just something, if we weren't to harmonise, it would make it easier in, say, a year or so's time, where we can look at our other options if Auckland were open. Would that be correct? Because we're not locked in with.
So yeah, so whatever model we get into, you know, as the same applies. We can change that in the future, depending on our current situation, right? You know, I mean, I've heard black and white from this council. Auckland is a good option for us. I understand that. Once we're in a space where it can be, we'll have to look at. But we need to go through this process first.
Thank you for indulging.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, the more we get into this, and it's been a long duration with the water process, and I got to say, as part of that, I acknowledge Alan and the team, and in fact, all the work that even council had to do for, well, best part of 3 years now, and then change arounds. So the imperfect proposition is very, very clear. We're now working on the situation where even some of our members don't want to necessarily join with us, but that's the harmonisation process. We work towards that. But I'm looking forward, or viewing forward here to acknowledging this joint CCO, if in fact that happens. What I'm interested in is what consideration do we have already of the benefits that may accrue by taking out, if we do the joint CCO, we're taking out all the water assets. There's benefits or implications is probably the best word of what will happen to KDC. Will that open up opportunity for KDC? Will that limit our ability to borrow, taking out assets, for, say, our roading work, etc.? So there's a downside. Well, it's not necessarily a negative downside. It's the other option is that we think about ourselves without these assets. What will be the implication?
I'll start, Mr. Mayor, and I might have to get Sue to supplement my answer. So through you, Mr. Mayor, there will be benefits for a couple of things. One, the debt gets taken off the water's debt, and now how that's materialised is still conversation to happen, but obviously over time that debt gets taken off the council books, so there's more headroom to borrow. The downside is that council loses its revenue for water and wastewater services because that will go to the council control organisation. So if there is a balance that whilst you removing your debt, you've got greater headroom to borrow, we're also losing a chunk of revenue. So that's the balance that council will be faced with, and as part of the water services delivery plan, that's a piece of work that we will have to do is what does council look like with the options that we consult on and adopt later on.
So, just to add to that, I mean, and obviously, you know, if you look at the staff side of the business as well, you know, there are impacts about that. You know, we would have to separate the water's work and our staffing, and you know, whatever model is there anyway to do that. So, and what I would say is, don't forget that you know the CCO model was set up by this government, and they've actually implemented quite a few changes to funding in the local government funding agency or authority, whatever it's called, to allow access to more funding for that, to recognise that there's more infrastructure needed to be built. But there are impacts for sure. I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Look, I think we've traversed enough questions. We've had a pretty thorough, well, he's had a question. We've had a very thorough traverse of this. So we're going to go to, thank you. That's all right, Ashley, you've already had a question. We've had plenty of questions. We've covered this extensively.
All right, that's
so
fine.
Councillor
I just said,
Howard,
okay,
I'll give you
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll keep it brief because I've mentioned some points already. It's almost like a poison chalice, unfortunately, but it's the way that the government process is working, and we're going to find our best way through it. And the reality is we're then in the hands of other councils, let alone the government. However, I think that, thank you, Anand, we've had a very good briefing on this, and we've been kept informed as it's happened relatively quickly. We're looking for utopia, and we don't know some of the boundaries, we don't know some of the factors, but and we're in the, as I say, in the hands of other organisations. But right now, as I recall, actually the government, I think, Mr. CEO, illustrated or said early on that they did not favour single business units, right? So why it's even in there, it amazes me. But I think that given all we've gone through, we've got an option, the only option that we can realistically go for. And so that's where I think we're in the lap of the gods a little bit, and that's where my support would go for the joint CCO.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Vincent, you're the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just leading on from that, I think that my understanding is that the standalone business unit is in there because we have a legal requirement to include a baseline to compare the other options with, and I think that's fair enough. But it's also, it becomes very obvious that that isn't a financially viable option, and similarly the second option. And then we come to a CCO, and I think there's some irony in calling it a council-controlled organisation, because one of the arguments raised by Martin Jenkins in their report was that an advantage of a CCO is the avoidance of interference from the political wing. So, and I think we've got an example of that in our own base with the decision we made collectively as a council to not fully fund depreciation of our water assets in order to keep the rates bill down. And that would be something that a CCO would be insulated from by its independence. So I just hope that when we get to the end of this process, I accept what Councillor Howard is saying about it being a poison chalice. None of the options are especially desirable when we know there's another possibility that might be just over the hill. But we just have to go with what's available to us at this point. And I don't know why I thought of it, but wasn't there a movie called Finding Neverland? I just hope that doesn't apply to this process. Yeah, I support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Noah, first elected member wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had a question, but I will make it as a statement. I do agree with most of the councillors that is whatever poison pill. But I also asked the question, if I remember, in the Northland Forward to the ministers, Simon Watts, whether he had a carrot and policy to make it happen. Because if he doesn't, I don't think he'll ever make heads together, because the intention is to have a regional deal, so which is not happening in Northland, and I don't know where else is not happening, but I'm sure at most places not going to happen. What my concern is, yes, it's a poison pill, and we're going for a consultation and telling them, well, the option we are proposing to you is a poison pill because we can't afford it, because it's not financially feasible. Would you take it? So it's a mockery of even the whole exercise, what you call is consultation. And the second problem I have is that I'm not blaming our council. We are doing a very good job, and I do commend the staff on doing a good job. But being the whole thing as very imperfect, and also the timeline forced on us, I mean, neither us nor the ratepayers have any choices. And it is a funny, and if central government is listening, it is a very, very useless exercise, which is we are not achieving anything out of it, apart from the fact that we are confusing everyone and unable to explain why they have to look at this poisoned pill. So, well, as I said, that's where we are, and if that's the way the local government has to be operated, well, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Paparoa.
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to echo some of my sentiments during question time. I'm actually really worried about this process and where we're going to end up for our ratepayers. Some of the modelling and the rates increases for our ratepayers is untenable. And I just cast my mind back to when this whole affair started with the then Labour government around the Three Waters and the need to start to really invest into our infrastructure, which we see is failing on a daily basis here in our communities, and needing that extra investment into it. And we've gotten ourselves to a point now where we're actually having to scale back the investment right back to a point where we're not at now actually dealing with what we needed to deal with in the first place in order to come within these confines and constraints, and that we're being pigeonholed into a CCO that essentially does the same thing as what the Labour government was proposing, which was to remove a lot of control and a lot of those assets out of community ownership. Are they assets? I'd say that it's a debt that our ratepayers are having to foot the bill on. So I don't know where we're going to go. I do strongly feel that we're much better placed and aligned with Auckland Council. And we have Kaipara Moana remediation as well, which we already have committees that elected members sit on for that. So we're already kind of working together collaboratively in that space. And I suppose it's a wait and see what happens. So I agree with Councillor Nair. There's going to have to be a carrot at the end of this that's dangled in the faces of Whangarei District Council for them to agree to align with us. And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Howard, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I've really said it all before, and other members have said it all. We've got to make the most. We've got to be positive about making the most of what we're really left with. And I think that if we can go into this vote now and on that basis, that's what we can do. Things are outside of our control still. And as other members have said, maybe at the end of the day, we really do see that the Auckland connection, if it can possibly happen, and that is a big if, may be the best. But right now, we've got to go the best foot that we have now, and that's where I support. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to have a short 5-minute break so that
I'm going to break for those online.
Okay, let's reconvene this meeting, 26th of March, full council Kaipara meeting. Next on our agenda is item 4.3, review of fees and charges. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Lambert, seconder. Councillor Howard. And to present this item is Joy Hewitt. Welcome, Joy. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I take the report as read. I'm here today to have council approve the proposed fees and charges to go out for community consultation. I brought the discussion paper to a briefing on the 5th of March, and the elected members sought some feedback on some issues which I have answered in the paper. And is there any more questions?
Any questions of Joy, please? Councillor Lambert.
Yes, thank you through the meeting. I noticed some fees have actually gone down. A lot of them are sort of reflective of inflation, but specifically in the dog surcharges and some fees have actually gone down. Is that sort of a cost analysis basis user?
The chair, yes, that's correct. So we've had a new animal compliance manager appointed, and he's done a thorough analysis of our actual costs and brought them into line.
And the only other thing which I'm asking for your comment on, or when we look at building charge, commercial residential building work, with the inflation and the value of prices of buildings, don't we actually get those moving up through the bands? Are we not double dipping if we increase our percentage as well, or is that sort of too simplistic way to look at it?
Through the chair.
Because a $100,000 house last year with inflation will cost 120 grand, so it could move up into the next bracket, but we're...
Yes, sorry, I can't really comment on that through the come from the building team.
Well, I have a question. Actually, I just wrote an article in the Mangawhai Focus Viewpoint about you know, the importance of our volunteers in our community, and people when they're doing fundraising, etc., trying to run events. I just want to know, is there a degree of discretion available to us for, you know, important events such as, you know, whether it's a Christmas parade or a fundraiser for the dairying or whatever it might be?
Absolutely. So as far as the food, environmental health food licensing, if you're doing, I think it's under about 10 events a year, you don't have to have a food license or anything like that. So there's no fee for that. If you're wanting to close the road for a Santa parade, there's generally no fee for that because you're not actually earning an income from it. Whereas a car rally or a track or something are charging entry fees.
Thank you. So there is definitely to allow for what's occurring. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks, Joy. Just on page 21 of the document. There's the section about a temporary road closure bond, which is a non-refundable fee for all events, and it's the closures for hill climbs, car rallies and similar. If it was a minor event like a hill climb, we're still going to charge them non-refundable $6,000.
Would say that's how it's reading.
Seems quite $6,000 to $10,000 seems like quite a lot. If it was just a small, you know, afternoon thing or something, but I thought maybe that was more than that.
Through the chair.
Yeah. So my concern is that it doesn't give any provision for someone to do something minor because they're bound by a minimum and maximum fee.
Yeah, bond.
Which is a non-refundable fee.
You take that out for consultation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can make minor editorial changes assuming the resolution passes. Should we get clarification on that point?
Yeah, I find it the way that the word, it seems a bit heavy-handed.
Right, so we'll look at that.
Should have a maximum fee. But then if you're going to have a deposit, you need to quantify what that might be. Because maybe you have a small deposit that's non-refundable and then a bigger fee.
We'll clarify that.
And then on page 22, about the road stopping fees, I kind of understand what's trying to do here. I think it's saying that the proposed fee is $10,000 to $100,000, and that the deposit to even begin the process is $10,000. Is that what it's meaning?
Through the chair, I believe so. That's through our commercial property team. That's what they've advised, that the fee for that can be, the legal fees especially, can be that high.
And so if it was less than $10,000 for a little minor tweak to a boundary or something, would we refund it from the excess that they paid, and $10,000 deposit?
Through the chair, I would have to, that would, if that triggered a resource consent for a boundary adjustment, it'd be quite a different application.
Boundary relocation on the piece of land. Anyway, I found it quite hard to read the 10,000 to 100,000, but is that what we're doing? Is it capped at 100,000? That's how it would read.
The chair can take that back to.
So we'll do the same thing that we did before.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at the editorial tweaks around them to make it clear to people.
Yeah.
2 points.
Okay, Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions. I mean, the first question on page 56, which is, I know, I understand that you have increased most rates based on inflation, but the one on cemeteries going up, and I'm just thinking, is it in line with what other council charge? It's a couple of $1,000. Is it the going rate for burial in other councils as well, or we have our own standards? Page 56.
Right, through the chair. So you're looking at internment around.
No, sorry. I'm looking at the main burial and the ash pond. You know, that fee, like 1,000. It goes up to a high figure, 1,800 now. 56 of PDF.
Mr. Mayor. So can you just clarify again what you're asking for, please?
I'm asking, is it competitive, or is it just decided based on what logic, or is it like, are we profiting from it? That's my concern. Yeah, thank you.
We don't profit from fees and charges. At the high level, you set the policy about what we recover. We aim to recover our costs, and that's in accordance with the revenue financing policy. I think it's the right policy. Thank you, sir. So we've just amended the fees to allow that to occur.
And through the chair,
sorry,
through the chair, that's managed by Downer Construction.
Yeah.
If you're looking at comparable charges, Whangarei charged $3,009.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Joy. You got a question? Sorry.
I do.
Question here from Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is probably going to be, I'm going to be told this is out of court, but I know we've got the fees and all that. When do we get to talk about the policy on some of these policies? And I think that at the moment, with an event an unfortunate event that happened last week, I think, with 4 dogs. When do we get to talk about policies regarding what we do with unleashed and dangerous dogs?
Right, Mr. Mayor. So that's set by statute in some ways, and we have an AMO team that manage that and obviously manage that event at Kaipara very well, as a matter of fact. And it's not necessarily a policy.
Okay.
Legislation about how we deal with dangerous and menacing dogs. We implement the legislation with our AMO team.
Well, I'm extending onto this and is unleashed dogs, and there are areas along the beach and the estuary that are quite clearly noted as keep them leashed, and they don't.
Yeah, so the bylaws we have cover off that, and they've been reviewed in possibly the last 3 to 4 years, actually, this term. Thank you, Councillor St. Collins. And, you know, obviously I've had feedback from the community about certain areas, and our AMO team have gone into those areas and cleaned them up. And Mangawhai Beach is one of them. So they've focused on that. We don't have a huge number of AMOs though. So we've really got to channel and target the work where we can, and we do that. Yep. I'm not sure, Councillor Howard, with respect, that this is relevant to the.
Yeah, that's well. It was. I did acknowledge it was an aside, but it's top of mind at the moment.
Can I just, while I've got the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, just say, you know, we don't have a public consultation here. We've been through a briefing. I didn't get any questions ahead of the council meeting either, so forgive me for having to come back to you later. But you know, without that, it's very difficult for us to do because there's quite a few managers involved in setting these fees and charges. You know, we'll make those editorial changes that we can that have been raised to date, and then we'll go out for consultation, and it'll come back to council for approval post consultation as per the normal process.
Thank you, Joy. Movers. While reply, it's Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Mover's statement.
Statement. Sorry. Yep.
Yes. Look, no, I've got nothing further to say. There's nothing there's nothing dramatic there as far as percentage changes go, and we've been highlighted the fact that we've done an analysis on it and worked out what the costs are, and there have actually been some reductions when they've found them. So I'm happy to move this.
Second statement, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe I need to add anything further.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I just want to make a correction. I don't think I was correct. I think it was the very end of the last term. I don't think it was this term that we last looked at the dog bylaws specifically. Yeah, that was all.
Okay, thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? I'll just say a couple of words. I think fees and charges are always going to be a moving target, aren't they, the way things change in the district. So, you know, it's one of those things that does need regular reviewing, and I see in the recommendation there is the ability for some minor editorial changes. So some of the questions brought up today are pertinent that we might look at. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, let's move as right reply. Councillor Lambeth.
Nothing further to add. We've said it all. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next one on our list is item 4.4, which is Dargaville Town Hall Annex. Demolition and reclad costs. Do I have a mover for that? No mover. Okay, let's just slide us on the table until we go through the staff presentation, and we'll look to move it and second it. Thank you. So
through you, Mr. Mayor. So what you're asking is for the team to introduce the item for now, and then you'll move and second later after.
Yep.
Okay. Over to you, guys.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and elected members. We're here this morning to present Dargaville Town Hall Annex demolition and reclad. And we're seeking approval for additional budget of 1.985 million required for the demolition of the Dargaville Town Hall Annex building, recladding of the municipal building in Warmero Hall, and reinstatement of the required toilets. The report also provides options. You'll note that the report has taken up the label tender 1, which is the lowest price tenderer, and we've applied a 30% contingency over all of the related project costs, not just the construction cost as were previously presented. So that's why the figure is a little bit higher than previously presented to the council. There's a healthy contingency, as you'll see, of 781,000, noting that we may not necessarily need that, but that's obviously related to the level of risk that we perceive the project presents. So we will take the report as read and open for questions.
Can we have some questions, please? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I have to apologise because I did actually put these in an email on Monday night and I didn't press send.
It was strange.
When I got here this morning. Although some of them might have been answered in an email from the community. So bear with me. I just want to get my head around the project itself. So you talk about in the paper about the proprietary toilets not being included in the amount that you're asking for today. Is that right?
We have a placeholder, so through the chair, we have a placeholder in the budget for the toilets. Yes.
So is that included in that extra amount you're asking for today?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But the actual cost has not been fully determined.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then my next question is if that cost estimate wasn't provided by a provider. Supplier.
No.
How well can we rely on it?
Through the chair, and Samantha's online actually, so she could also answer if there's any information. She's the project manager on the project, but we had a supply provider costing, I think it was 380,000, I believe, for a modular unit that's represented in the plans. So what you see in the plans there is a representation of a modular toilet. So that was the allowance on the plan that you see. So that's we had an estimate of 380,000. There wasn't a full, wasn't included in the tender because we didn't have a full design at the time. And the plans as we received them in mid-October when we picked the project up, that was how they were presented. But there will need to be a full toilet provision supplied in order for both buildings to have full code of compliance at the end of the project. So
does that mean that the temporary toilets remain in place until those new toilets are?
Chair, that's correct, yes.
I don't know if this is out of scope because it wasn't part of the report, but that email that I saw from yesterday, because that quite specifically says that the municipal chambers is out of scope. So I always thought that the project was the recladding or the reinstatement of both buildings. Is that not the case?
Through the chair, it's basically the make good of the areas of the building that are related to the annex building itself. So any areas, once we demolish the annex, that need reinstatement and recladding, those are the areas that are included in the scope.
Okay, so what's the mention of the municipal chambers of out of scope? What do you mean?
So there's extra things in the municipal chambers, like the aircon that's on the roof of the annex that would need to be reinstated to the municipal chambers. And I guess any work on the inside to enable those doorways that we need to put back in. Those would be picked up by the property team, and it's not within the scope of this project.
Okay. So does that mean that the cinema, if the cinema had to close as part of the demolition, does that mean it wouldn't be able to be reopened by the end of this project?
No, that's not the case. It's, some things the property team will deliver for our tenants, through the property team and the properties budget.
Right.
Some things will be delivered within the project by my project team.
Okay. So is there allocation in the budget to move, or has it already been moved, the air conditioning?
The air conditioning won't be moved until we assess the units that are on top of the roof, and we find a new tank to go. It may be that we can't reuse the ones that are on top of the roof. They might be really old. We might need to buy new systems to install.
Okay. My last question, thank you so much for your patience. My last question is just to clarify that the project team and the building team, are we all aware that the projector inside that cinema building requires both power supply and a temperature control room consistently to remain functional? So not operational, even if the cinema has to close, if it doesn't have those things, that projector won't work anymore. Are we aware of that? And is that something that we can manage for the cinema?
It is something that the community leasing team are aware of and have been working with the cinema group under their LTO conditions. So we're looking for a result for that.
Right.
Yeah, but we were aware of that, yes.
Good. Thank you. I'd love to hear other people's questions.
Okay, I have you got another question there? Okay, I've got further questions from Councillor Paparoa, Councillor and Councillor Howard. So Councillor Paparoa.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused because when this all sort of went down at the beginning of our term, there was a decision to set up a working committee of some of the councillors. I think it included the two of the Dargaville or rather Whitehall councillors. So it's I'm a little bit confused as to why feedback's being received now from Councillor Wilson Collins around that, or was that a different working group to work through all of this work, or was that just a temporary working committee that had to determine interim solutions?
So through the chair, the group was established to allow input from all of the key stakeholders and all of the tenants around that area to be able to optimise the solution for that space. And so we're considering a range of funding options for providing either additional items within the annex space, considering design for replacement of the complex for the annex, and how the new annex might have been integrated with the proposed future community.
So was that not was the scope for that not up to what we've got in the agenda today? Was that?
So through the chair, there are two different things. The working group is supposed to identify design options for the replacement of the annex and for funding and to report the this project is for the demolition of the 90s annex to reclad the 3 remaining buildings and to allow access and functionality of town hall for the public.
What was here? So this is afterwards.
Thank you. Yeah, and just finally, previously when this agenda item came to us, the budget was, in my view, out of whack. I had a figure of $3 million to get all of the work done, and I think that the 3.3 is a much better reflection of what it's probably going to cost to do the remediation. I'm comfortable to move that motion to get on with it and progress the work. I don't know what the sentiment is around the table, but enough is enough. We can't keep kicking the can down the street for this one, and we just need to get on with it and hopefully refine the budget a little bit more and to try and bring the cost down.
Thank you, Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The town hall has been a saga for 5 years, and I think it is people are asking questions and most talked about. So my question is just a clarification, actually. So the initial budget was 400,000, if I read it right, and now you're asking for 1.985 additional shortfall, as I read it. So it is gonna be 2.385 million, the total cost, or am I reading it wrong? Because
Sorry,
Sorry?
through the chair.
2.6.
Original budget was 1 million plus 400,000, so 1.4 million.
okay, and now it is 3.4 million, and we will take tenders, obviously, isn't it? Or we have taken tenders.
Through the chair, we had the two tenderers that were successful through the ROI process. So just a little bit of history. We had an ROI process, so registration of interest. 4 tenderers submitted. 2 of those were successful. The other 2 were deemed to be non-compliant and not able to deliver the project. So we worked with the 2 successful tenderers, went through quite a process, and that's how we've come to the prices. This is the lowest tender. Tender 1 is the lowest tender, and that's the price we're recommending to go with that tenderer. It's obviously still confidential information because the tenderers haven't been informed, so that's why we're just being a little bit careful about that information. And we've applied a 30% contingency over the whole of the project costs, including the tender, and that gives us the 3.384 million budget in total, including the 781,000 contingency.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay, next on our list is Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm catching up, I guess, a little bit on this. I look at these original figures that were put, and they look very random and, very round. And you've mentioned, Brian, that we got a quote for 380 for the toilet. Now, was that a recent quote, or was that what this 400,000 was based on back in some time ago?
So through the chair, that was a recent quote towards the end of last year, I believe.
That was, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. So we've now got the contractor for this demolition, etc., 1.789 million. That's fine. So have we just added the contingency, or has he indicated in his quote that there needs to be a contingency?
Through the chair, we've added the contingency. So we basically sort of construction cost, true value as they would see it, and then we've applied the contingency side of it.
So we're basically going down the track of accepting a quote that we don't think is going to cover all the work we need done.
There's through the chair, there are some provisional costs in there. So there's some, I guess, estimated values. So both tenderers had provisional sums in the tenders. So in theory, they should be a true reflection of what they perceive the cost to be. Some of those items it's hard to determine, as Hayley mentioned, the air conditioning units that need to be moved. It's a little bit hard to assume without physically inspecting and going through that process. So there's some assumed cost there. So there could be some fluctuations in that, either up or down, presumably up.
No, and I know what you said earlier about the contingency, and I'd be very, very happy to see that come down. But nevertheless, the contingency is 40%, round figures.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just before you answer that, can I just pause for a second here, Councillor Howard? So in the past, we've got feedback from council that we need to make sure that we apply contingency appropriately to our project. And there is some uncertainty in this project. So we've applied a 40% contingency, or whatever the percentage is. Brian will help me with that. And so it doesn't mean we'll spend it all, but it means it's available within the budget envelope, and that's reflective of council feedback in the past. So it is good project management expertise to do so anyway. But I'll just hand back to Brian if he wants to add anything.
Through the chair, it's a 30% contingency of the whole project. So that's all the projected costs as well as the known costs to date, and the tender value as has been presented to us. Yeah.
Okay, no, I accept that. Thank you. I did have one other question, and relating to capital projects that we've got that haven't been, or that aren't being proceeded with, or are not going to make the cut this year. have we got an ability to fund any of this rather than add the debt out of that source?
Each year, our projects are funded by different streams. And so, yeah, a lot of the projects that we've got to complete this year, we've only got 2 properties projects, which is the Mangawhai pension housing and the Dargaville Town Hall. The rest of our projects are infrastructure projects, so waters, roading. We can't transfer money between those buckets. We could transfer between property buckets within Jason's financial delegation, but as you know, the Mangawhai pension housing does not have available budget to transfer across.
All right, okay, it's worth a try.
Yeah, we looked at those things first. Yeah.
Any other question, councillor Lambeth?
I've got a few actually. Through the mayor, thank you. What are we seeking today? Are we seeking 1.985 or are we seeking 2.6?
Through the chair, 1.985.
Okay. So am I correct in saying that we've got a lowest price of 2.6, so we're still going to be short?
Through the chair, the lowest tender is 1.789. So on page 72.
Okay, so this is just for the demolition, not for the reconstruction of the cladding and alike.
It includes the demolition, it includes the make good, a reclad of those areas affected.
It's additional to what's already in the budget.
Yeah.
To make up to complete
1.4.
everything that's needed.
Okay.
If we
Just to be clear, we're not actually approving the actual contractor, just the budget today. Am I correct there?
Yeah, correct. In terms of our procurement policy, we're able to approve procurement by our budget that's been approved by council. So I think the motion or the recommendation here is to then delegate approval to Jason with that new budget.
A couple of other questions I've got here is what was presented to the public in the media is a little bit different to what's been presented today. Yes, we had those night vision shots and the day shots there, and it's quite a bit different because it had a more complete roof over it. Am I correct there? There's 2 different, so have we got a different view there of?
Through the chair, there were some early renders that was presented, which were concept only.
Right.
Yes, so the what we've landed on is, I guess, the do maximum as far as they're required, but do minimum as far as keeping the costs down. So there's certain elements we must do, and that's obviously in the demolition process, the make good of that courtyard foyer area and the reclad make good, and small canopies to those entries. There's also a heritage aspect where we have to apply to the entry to the side of the municipal building. So those early renders were conceptual only at that stage.
I'm glad you mentioned those because the canopies, they'll be supported off existing buildings, yes?
Correct, yeah.
So we have to earthquake strengthen those existing buildings to house those canopies, is that right?
Through the chair, page 73 is a reflection of what will be the finished product.
Yeah, mine doesn't go up to page 73. I'm looking at a render similar to what you've got there, yes?
Right.
That's the report. But do you specifically still haven't answered my question about the earthquake strengthening of those canopies? They'll have to be supported and they're open to the public, and so there'll have to be some earthquake strengthening on those existing buildings, am I correct?
So through the chair, our building team will need to sign off on our code of compliance, and so we'll have to meet all those conditions for our building team. So yeah, whatever requirements that we need for those to be accessible and safe, we'll have to meet those requirements through project.
That has not been budgeted for any upgraded earthquake strengthening for those canopies as yet?
Through the chair, the new canopies will be code compliant. So in essence, they should be designed to not need earthquake strengthening as such. But there's no provision for earthquake strengthening as such in either the municipal building or the hall. There's been a previous assessment conducted to say that it would likely not be required.
And You mentioned also heritage. Are you specifically talking about that entranceway there?
Correct, yes. Yes.
Have you re-thought about that? Because that is made from MDF 10 years ago. It's not part of the heritage building. It's the cinema built that as part of the, and
So through the chair, if I may, it's Sam here online. So that new facade that you see on the side of the municipal building, that was an approval process that went through with Heritage New Zealand and our architects to approve a construction of a door that would be in aesthetic line with the municipal building itself. So that, while yes, internally there is a very similarly constructed doorway, this will be reconstructed so that it will be weathertight and weatherproof.
and that's an emergency exit, yes?
That's the fire egress route, as I understand it, yeah.
Okay, and then one last question I've got. Are the working party happy with where it is now?
So through the chair, the working party have expectations that the next steps of the design for the replacement of the annex should be part of the scope of this project, which is unfortunately, we just do not have enough money to be able to enable new roofing and new landscaping to further enhance that site. But the purpose of the working group is to identify what those requirements are and bring them to council and try and find budget to bring them at a later stage.
And have a meeting with them tomorrow, yes?
The meeting with you.
Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, it's good to hear all that information coming out. The reason that I raised the idea of having a working group was so that the stakeholders could have their say, and there's been a bit of a disconnect with changing responsibility and what have you. And I still sense there's quite a bit of unease there. And I actually would like to, I agree with what Councillor Paparoa has said.
Are you making a statement or a question?
We need to get on with it, but I actually think we're going around the wrong order. We've got a meeting tomorrow, and I think that we should lie this on the table until we've had the meeting with the working party, and maybe we then need to have an extraordinary meeting so we're not mucking around with this. But I just think it might be a bit around the wrong way. So I'm going to move that we lie this item on the table until after we've had the.
So I've got a seconder for that.
Meeting.
So Howard seconded. I'll run this now.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is classed as a procedural motion. It's been seconded, so you need to put it to the vote immediately without discussion.
Okay. Favour, raise the hand, so aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you.
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I am against. I wanted to make a change in option 2.
Councillor Ash, we've already made a vote on this item. Do I just?
Does Councillor Mayor want his vote recorded against?
Did you want to have your vote recorded? Did you, Councillor Nair?
Well, yes, I have to vote against because I wanted to make that option 2 amendment, which I was not given the opportunity anyway.
We've passed a procedural motion to lie the item on the table until we've had the working groups meeting tomorrow, and then maybe we might need to have convene a extraordinary meeting. So do we carry on with our discussion here now? Or?
No, Mr. Mayor, you move on to the next item.
Okay, next one. Thank you, staff. You can stand down.
Just in their defence, a meeting was planned for last week, but it was unfortunately postponed. So the timing would have been, yeah.
You've got
Oh, been ideal.
Procedural question. Just the deputy mayor suggested we have an extraordinary meeting to deal with this as to not hold up the process. Do we know how soon we can do that?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, look, no, we don't. Obviously, the meeting is tomorrow, Friday. What's today? Wednesday.
Tomorrow.
Okay, so we do have a council meeting in Paparoa next Friday on the 4th. It's possible that it could come to it, depending on the outcome, and we can do that. But we just need to wait for the.
No, it doesn't wait enough.
Can I ask Councillor you to take over for 10 minutes? Deputy Mayor Larson, could you take the chair, please, while I make a phone call I must take? Thank you.
Go gadget deputy mayor.
Full on, now what he's got.
The next item is the Kauri Coast Community Pool operating grant and model options. With a recommendation for us, do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Lambeth, do I have a seconder? Howard, thank you. Right, thank you, Aidan Brett, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll take my report as read. What we are proposing here today is based off the direction that was given at the February briefing, that council had a desire to extend the Kauri Coast Community Pool operating grant for a further 12 months. And that would allow us time to be able to complete a full feasibility study around ownership options and operating model options for the Kaipara District Council. I'll hand over to Brett Young, who has completed the detailed condition assessment that you've got attached in your report, and he has recommendations around how to potentially manage the grant for the next 12 months.
Kia ora, Hayley. Good morning still. I'll briefly summarise the reports and through the chair / deputy chair, I'll direct all my responses through the chair so as to speed up procedures, because I can see that they would like to enjoy a beverage or a bite to eat. So look, this report is obviously been included. It didn't come out with any really conclusive options so that you can go, bang, let's move this forward. But the clear direction is the operating grant for the next 12 months. That does have some separation to it. And I'd like to dwell on that initially first before we talk about future options, because from my assessment and my experience and my background with managing facilities of this scale, asset management is the critical thing that has been neglected with this particular facility and needs to be addressed in a more focused way. Hence why my recommendation and the principal recommendation is let's continue the subsidisation for the next 12 months, but can we please split it so that it is clearly defined for operations and clearly defined for long-term maintenance. But that long-term maintenance now is ultra short-term maintenance because of some items that we seriously need to address to make it functional and to stop the graph speeding very fast to the right when it comes to OPEX costs. So those are the key determinations from the business case. And that then triggered the ability to get in there and actually pull bits apart and look at a more detailed condition assessment, which will take us a little bit of time to really unpack, particularly the impact of that solar system that's located on the roof, which in my assessment is not a solar system. It's a lovely lot of pipes on a roof which heat water going from the ground up, which has exacerbated the costs of the pool, and that's also backflowed, sorry, that's a technical pun, on the ability for the rest of the pool plant to operate effectively and efficiently. Hence what has impacted some of the operating costs that have been experienced by Sport Northland and by CLM. So I wanted to dwell on that because it determines the key and principal recommendation. There are some other recommendations in that, in my business case, which suggest that we should identify for the future. So the future options presented themselves pretty early, in a sense that facility of that scale should be owned by someone who has scale of ownership. And I think that's an important factor to make. And certainly KDC presents as probably one of the only ownership models that could sustain a facility of that scale. But there is another one has come to surface really, which is going back to the charitable trust model through that ownership, as long as the facility is made good. And I'm talking about 100% good, not 85, not 50, but it has to be made good based on the next 12 months of condition assessing. And the analytical report that I mentioned as one of the key recommendations. And so, interestingly enough, the facility is in pretty good shape except for the plant. And I was quite impressed with the state of the facility, given its usage, given its impact. Yeah, sure, we've got some aesthetic damaging and toilets, but that happens every day in all facilities anywhere you go to. So the key recommendation really is to let's continue this for the next 12 months, separating the grants that we can monitor and manage a little bit more in a more focused way, and then get that assessment report done in the next 12 months to help really define the future options of ownership for that final decision, or sorry, for that next steps decision. I would like to point out that there are lots of aquatic facility plans, there are lots of facility plans around the country that use quite a typical box ticking option assessment through my colleagues around the country, and including myself. So I'm in part of that team. I don't believe that the Kauri Coast Community Pool should fit into one of those boxes, and therefore we definitely need to explore hybrid options for our future options of ownership and operating. Not only that, is that the location of the pool and the absolute scale of it within a small, what I'll call rural community, without any disrespect being posted. I grew up in a small town and it has a 50-metre pool as well. It has been closed for the last 12 months. I've done some research within this. So the Martin Pool within the Ringthike District Council has been closed, and it's undergoing a very similar situation to what this is, but in a 50-year worse situation in terms of cost to make good that facility. So on that note, the recommendation is really clear in my business case and Haley's report, and the numbers are reflective of the information that was provided for subsidy in the next 12 months.
You, Brett, you ready for questions? Any questions? Councillor Nair, you have your hand up first there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for this presentation and the second time around. I just have a question, actually two questions. One, obviously, you have suggested while complementing the pool, where you dissected through information, the maintenance is the key part, which you have mentioned twice in both the reports, and I agree with that. So that 190,000, it's not going to be an ongoing thing for every year, right? And you also mentioned on the third thing that you don't you suggest another look at the models. It's being operated, and you acknowledge that it's being operated by a CLM, which is a professional body, but you're suggesting it should be handed over. What's the reason for that suggestion that it should be handled by charitable trust or other thing? What's the driver?
The driver is that Sport Northland presented the Northland Regional Aquatic Strategy to this council last April. Within that strategy, they indicated that they wanted to get out of bed of operating swimming pools.
and they gave us 4 options, to transfer ownership to council, transfer ownership to a private supplier, to retain the status quo, or to hand over to a charitable trust. And so we provided that information to you in the February briefing. At the February briefing, you gave direction that you would like more information about the costs for council to pick that up. And so now this paper, this report that's come to council, is asking for approval to extend the operating grant 12 months, because if we stop paying them, that pool will close, and to approve an estimate of $15,000 to complete a full study that would enable council to make a really clear decision about how we want to operate that swimming pool going forward.
Thank you. Sorry.
Have you not finished with your questions, Councillor
Yeah. Well, I just wanted a clarification, because we have seen this model, why we are having another study on these models. We have gone through initially a charitable trust, and we passed it on to a professional model. And then why we need another study to do the same thing of $15,000. So that's my question. Yeah.
So this study will tell us what the operating costs are, what the capital investment is to get this up to standard, and then what we would need to do as a council to be able to resource and to operate that and keep it open for the community for what we would expect more of a season than 16 weeks that it's currently open to the public.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank
you. Through the chair. 2 questions. What budget is the $15,000 coming from? And also, is there any scope for KDC staff to ask NRC if there is any funding available for looking at a feasibility study, or even to add to the costs that KDC are facing each year with the pool?
Thank you. So through the chair, that will come out of our existing budget that we've got for the swimming pool. We can certainly speak to NRC and ask them if they want to provide some funding. So yeah, we can look into that.
I think we should. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarity question, really. I think I'm asking a question I already know the answer to. However, CLM was mentioned. They are not involved in this. They are just the staff to keep the machine going. Am I correct there? It could be a different contractor from year to year, but we're talking about the trust model. Am I correct there?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Dumb question, I'm sorry, it's probably in the paper. But I think I've got it, but I just want to confirm, if we extend the contract to 12 months, does that get us to the 30th of June 2023?
Any further questions, Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brett. I'm just looking here at the 5.1.4 summary recommendations are as follows. So what we're saying is that you want this, you got Part A and Part B, 300 and 180,000. Which element are you talking about being, this is the maintenance of 180,000? So this will get on with to get things tidied up.
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. 180 is the maintenance, 300 is the operating.
Operating, yep. Okay.
For the current operator.
Yeah, so when we apply for, when we provide Sport Northern with our 12-month extension for the operating grant, that extension would stipulate that those costs are separated out and that 180,000 is invested into renewals and maintenance only.
I think that's key. Absolutely. Okay, that's very good. Do we have, sorry, Mr. Mayor, do we have any thoughts or any approaches from a charitable trust or creating one?
So through the chair, the council wouldn't stand up a charitable trust, but if we provide it as an opportunity, I have faith that we would have charitable trusts that would step forward.
Okay, you do. Okay.
So Lambeth.
Just one thing that popped up from there. So we're committed to Sport Northern. right through this term till 2026.
For the next 12 months, correct?
Thank you, councillor Williams.
Through the chair, thank you. Just a quick question. So when we say charitable trust, they would actually have better opportunities for external funding and grants and things like that as well. So just check that. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that briefing, Brett and Hayley. So I'll move to mover's statement, councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the pool and the Dargaville community have been given a reprieve for a year. We need to get it going. We need to get it in place and operating properly within the next 12 months. And we've got that 12 months to prove it itself. One thing I will point out, the $190,000, if you probably take no maintenance being done over 10 years, it's only $19,000 a year, which is, when you look at the whole aspect of it, that's a reality of it. So yeah, I'm full support of this. Let's get it going and let's get the community and the council working north and behind the scenes to get something up and going for the future.
Thank you, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I echo what councillor Lamb said, and when you look back, there is a history to this, and today is a D-Day of moving forward and getting some resolution and consistency done. So I think that this is great, and thank you to Brett for his report as part of this.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this pool is probably one of the good things in Dargaville. Has to be kept well operated, and I'm sure this 190,000 will take us a bit farther than 1 year, and the model should keep working as it is. I don't think there's a need to further investigate, which has been done before and has failed. So, and that 15,000, I was not too keen on spending. But in terms of operational, I think it must go on the way it should be. It's an asset and we can't neglect it. And if we are neglected, I'm so much surprised. So many terms of councillors, and they never cared for putting $20,000 in maintenance. So I think it's a pat on the back of us that we have actually taken the incentive to fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I agree with councillor Lambeth that this is really the only way forward to find a better plan for the future for the pool. And I just want to reiterate again my comments about going to NRC to ask if there is any available funding to help with the, with the costs that KDC are taking on. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I concur with the points raised, and we need to look after the pool and the community and keep it rolling. I think that Councillor Williams does raise a very relevant point. The facility is talking about as a regional facility, and our Kaipara district ratepayers are also, although they might not realise it sometimes, Northern Regional Council ratepayers. We're all in this whole district paying substantial amounts of rates to the regional council, and it might be about time that they fronted up and helped out with something like a regional facility. So that conversation, they might be very happy to help. They might just not have thought of it.
Thank you. Okay, I'd just like to reiterate that's an important thing to ask. I'd also like to thank Brett Young for bringing his experience and advice to this process, which gives us a clear way forward. Thank you, Brett and Hayley. And so I ask Gordon Lambeth as a mover who exercises right to reply.
I think it's all been said. Thank you. No, I can't see anything else that I need to mention. Once again, I thank Brett for his extensive interviews with me. I'm trying to get through the history of this pool and where it comes from, but yeah, no, I've already said what I need to say. Thank you. I'll put it.
Okay, we'll move that to a vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you. Next on our list is Development Contributions Policy Review 2024. Issues and options report. There's the recommendation there. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Rachel Williams, thank you. Seconder?
I second.
Councillor Howard. Yeah, start, come through. Thank you. Welcome, Virginia and Kelly. Thank you. Catherine. I said Kelly.
Hey, everyone, so I'm excited. I know you love me coming to this meeting. So I'll just introduce the item. We presented the issues and options report, and we are recommending that we go for full replacement. Option 2, you'll see in the report on page 236, I think it is. Yours. That option 2 was about making amendments to the current policy. You'll see my reasoning for not making that our recommendation to you today. And essentially, the level of amendments would essentially make it a new policy anyway. So, yes. Any questions?
Any questions of Virginia? Come on, there's got to be some questions out there. But what about you, Ash?
Running at time.
All right. Okay.
You're inciting me, Mr.
I just see the hang on, you missed out. I just see your range of options.
You'll also see that the next step from this is a workshop with elected members.
Yeah, that's basically where I was going. This is not the end of it, is it?
Oh, yeah, good. Okay.
Actually not. Yeah. You can stand down, thank you. So, Rachel, your moving a statement.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, it's great to have this before us today, and obviously there's a lot of work to be done in this space. You know, when I think back 2 years ago, Councillor Larson and myself have been asking for this policy review for over 2 years. So, yeah, let's with it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that on the basis of that, time is catching up with us in a positive way. Let's get on with it and get it done. There's some key factors that we need to review and bring into this policy.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
No, I'm happy to proceed as recommended by the policy analysts and experts, and I think it's the way forward. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? All right, we'll move to the movers' right of reply. Councillor Williams. Nothing further. Let's move it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay. Next on our.
Mayor, do you mind if I just, with your indulgence, just before Jin's leaves?
Sure.
I know Jin's spends a lot of time in front of this council. It's her second last day at KDC today. So she's leaving us. Just want to wish you the best of luck, Jins, and thank you very much for your work over the last few years in front of council. So.
Very much pleasure. I'm wearing a DC policy and I'm good.
Good on you. Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you. All right. Next on our item is item 4.7, dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings. Policy review options report. I'll move this one. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Lambert. Thank you. Reporting, Michael, is it? Thank you.
The chair, I'll take the report as read. Essentially, this is a scheduled
review required by statute of the dangerous affected and sanitary buildings policy, DAB policy. And we basically have put before council a range of options. The recommended option to amend the policy is based on some recommendations of the Ministry for Business, Innovation and Employment, and a couple of small items that were found just during the review process. That's pretty much it. Can take questions.
Thank you. Any questions, please, of Michael? No, very straightforward. Thank you, Michael. You can stand down. It's a day for you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Councillor Vincent, didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, that's okay.
You're not off the hook.
Yeah, no, I just was wanting to know, like, in relation to all these various reviews that are taking place, that we're going to will involve some consultation with the community over, and I just would actually like to get an idea of what the possibility is of community overload with these things at the same time as we're going to be entering into election season. So will this policy go through a public consultation process?
With the chair, yes, it's required to go through the special consultative process. But one of the things that we have been discussing internally is the delay of that consultation. We'll produce a statement of proposal for council's consideration, but look at the actual consultation process occurring during a period where there isn't quite so many concurrent consultation processes in play.
So roughly what time of year? Roughly.
We would need to start that probably late July in order to ensure that the current council is able to consider the policy right the way through. It could be as late as August, but probably late July.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions. You can stand down. Thank you. Move the statement. Look, I think this is pretty straightforward where it's going. Nothing further to add. Councillor Lambeth is the seconder.
No, likewise.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, thank you. Movers right to reply. I've said it all. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Against? Motion carried. We're going to break for some lunch. What time are we going to return? See, Mara?
1:15.
1:15 return, so you can stretch your legs, have some lunch and canvass your fellow members. Thank you. We're reconvening after lunch this Kaipara District Council full meeting, 26th of March 2025. Next on our agenda is item 4.8, Procurement Policy Value Thresholds 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Movers?
Let's get it.
Sorry, Howard, you're underway. Seconder, please. Councillor Lambert. And presenting this item, welcome to Bruce.
Thank you. Procurement policy applies value thresholds that directly processes that we use. The value thresholds that we have in place at the moment have been in place for 10 years and they're now out of step with the market. That means that staff have to engage in lengthy open tenders for low risk and low value projects, which delays project delivery and it makes us less attractive to do business with because businesses have to go to a lot of effort for very little return. Earlier this month, I presented a proposal to increase the procurement value thresholds to the Audit Risk and Finance Committee, who recommended to the Kaipara District Council that they be raised as proposed. There are a number of other edits proposed in the policy, mostly for accuracy, but in addition, there is a new clause that's included for exceptions. So for when we want to carry out a procurement process that isn't directly, that's a bespoke procurement process that isn't directly reflecting what the policy says. At the Audit Risk and Finance Committee, the chair raised a question about approving exceptions to the procurement process when the value of the project exceeds the value of $1 million, which is the level of the Chief Executive's delegations. I've addressed that in the proposed clause 11 of the policy that says when we have exceptions to the policy, they'll be brought back to council for approval at the planning stage. Are there any questions?
Okay. Any questions of Gillian, please? Any questions? Councillor Williams.
So the full policy review is scheduled at the end of the year. Yes. What month is that likely scheduled? That is when we have capacity to do it. So I am currently down a staff member, a procurement specialist, and am looking to recruit one as soon as I can. So that will be a priority for them. So for being specific, but it won't be before the, I don't anticipate it will be before the elections because there's a lot of work involved in reviewing it. Right, okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Thanks, Mr. Howard. Just looking back and reflecting on the old policy, which really were the biggest two bugbears with it? And how have we looked at?
So one of the biggest bugbears we addressed at the end of last year, and that was for council to have to approve procurement plans greater than $500,000 in value. It was removed as part of the delegations. The other one is these procurement value thresholds, which means that we're having to invest too much effort for too little return.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest. Apart from that, the policy is too long and that makes it a little bit unworkable. There's too much detail in the policy, which really should be in the process document.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the things that has come up is that having Ian overview, Ian citing anyway, some of these key procurement proposals. You know, we've got a number of instances now where there have been blowouts that have led in budgets that we have no sight of until they come in these papers.
So through the chair, alongside this, we have a number of improvements planned to our processes for scoping projects and for things that have come out of the recent the BDO audit review of our procurement process. So making sure that everything is traceable and all of our decisions are demonstrable. So in terms of those projects, those are questions of design, and they probably They could be, yeah, we're looking at some of those projects and through independent reviews to see how they can be incorporated and what further improvements need to be made to the policy. And they will feed into the new policy.
Integrated in here.
Yes.
Thank you.
And through Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, and as you well know, Councillor Howard, we're also bringing an omnibus report to each council briefing on our projects. And remembering that, there's at least 140 projects on our books, most of which deliver under budget on time. There are a couple of exceptions to that, which you're talking about, and they're very public exceptions, and I accept that. But we are, as far as your question about elected member oversight, that omnibus project report every briefing, a really good picture of where we're at with our projects to give you more comfort in that space.
Thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick clarification. In table 1, I can see the figures which we have now raised from 1 million to 2 million, I guess. But can you explain to me just one column? So the first column says open tender, right? And it gives you the bracket of amount of cumulative value of procurement. And then we have this moderate, high risk. So how do we read this item? Can you tell me when it become extreme risk, at what stage? Because there is nothing on the top.
Which document are you referring to?
Table 1, 330, agenda package.
On the policy, in the policy?
Yeah. Well, you have proposed higher threshold. I'm fine with that, but I'm just trying to figure out these brackets you have for moderate risk to extreme risk. How do we, at what stage one project go into one of these boxes?
So this is a judgment call depending, so the matrix reflects the experience of the procurement advisor, the experience carrying out the work, alongside the cost of the project to arrive at a risk rating. There are other potential causes of risk. I mean, if it's a highly sensitive project in some way, it is a judgment that's applied. You'll see down the bottom of the column, business expertise and capacity to lead and support the procurement. So you'll see that the person doing the risk assessment self-rates their experience of procurement.
I think the one which is at the bottom should be on the top. Maybe the table is turned, but anyway, thank you.
Any further questions? I've got a couple of that you can help me with. Where you've got option 1 and option 2, there's actually not huge differences in those two, is there? Looking at those. And you've got an option 2 inconsistent with NZTA value thresholds. Can NZTA be separated out and have a different value than the rest?
They could, yes. It means that we're applying different processes for different value thresholds across the organisation. And in fact, the far north do use different values for infrastructure. They have direct appoints to much higher levels for infrastructure projects. And open to their thresholds are much higher for infrastructure projects, but they still have to follow the NZTA policy when as it applies to roading projects, if they're roading funding.
Okay, because I have actual one of my big concerns and one of my big beliefs is that we need to make sure we don't cut our local people out of work, and I just want to make sure that we are still attractive to our small suppliers. And I think we need to exercise a little bit of risk to make sure we give our smaller contractors in our district the opportunity to take the work in their community that would otherwise, because of a policy that precludes and goes to, big dominant outfits, for want of a better description. I'm a little bit more attracted to option 2, to be honest, when I read this. But I'm open to your thinking.
Mr. Mayor, can I just cover the local supplier thing off first at the moment. So, you know, we do have, we're very cognizant of using local suppliers as much as we possibly can. And obviously in the contract for the roading space, there's a threshold that we're trying to get to, and Down are working really well in that space, attracting locals. For our recent procurements that we've gone through, I'm very heartened to let you know that we are really focused on local businesses and what they can provide and make it easy for them as well. So I just want to give you some confidence in the space that we too like to use and want to use our locals more. We do a good job. And I'll just say Gillian for the rest.
If you look at the policy, we apply principles that do give preference or weighting to local supplies. So if you look at clause 8.8 of the existing policy, it does give weighting to some of the local supply. The other thing is that we will be looking at that as part of the strategy that we're developing currently, which will be looking at local supply and what a definition of local supply means.
Yeah, I mean, there's more than, look, I appreciate that, it can be quite complex. But I mean, I meant to ask a question this morning actually regarding the town hall demolition and reclad. I wanted to know who the other two were that were precluded and why, because are they locals that couldn't meet a criteria, right? So I think one of the challenges in our district, I'm making a statement here, I know, but one of the challenges in our district is to ensure that we provide locals with work. And our procurement policy should be geared to make that happen, and maybe if there's some risk in that, there's times we're going to have to take it. Any further questions? Councillor Howard.
I do have one quick one. We refer, Gillian, up the front, paragraph 4, to currently working on the old NZTA endorsed NTA procurement strategies, procurement values, etc. Now, we've got that reference to NTA, which, as we know, is gone from us. So do we need to review that ourselves?
No. So when NTA dissolved, they had no longer had a policy to work under. Yeah. So they got an extension of their policy through NZTA to be able to apply that for a further year. Now this year, coming up to the end of this financial year, they need to have replaced that with a new policy, which they're currently doing.
They're currently doing. Okay, thank you.
Other further questions? Thank you, Julian. Okay, move the statements from Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's a necessary thing. Procurement is key to our managing costs of programs and projects. And I think that this is very healthy to have a good review of this.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, and it's a point you brought up, Worship, on local contractors getting work. I don't mean to turn this into economics lesson 101, but when that ratepayer's dollar is paid to the council and then we put it back into the same community, it carries on going around. When it goes to an external contractor, that is lost to our community for a long period of time. And that importance of just that has got to be recognised. Every time we give it to a local, it comes back around again. And it increases the wealth and the prosperity of our local community. Every time it goes out of town, it's gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just looking at the procurement policy is very important, as all of us know. The devil is in the detail. But in saying that, while encouraging the locals, I think we should go more into the tendering, like open tender process, rather than a very complicated and complex system which does not encourage the locals. Local just want a simple mechanism whereby they can put a figure there and we just go ahead and do it. We should try to make it as simple as possible for them. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? All right, I'll give the mover, Councillor Howard, mover's right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think that I totally agree that the point of making it attractive and open and available for the local contractors is key. It's key for our own economy. The way I read it, that these first two options certainly cover that. It's all very well to say here it's a matter of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, next item is agenda 4.9, application for road legislation through stopping exchange and vesting. Paparoa Station Road. I welcome Kurt Martin, Acting Roading Manager, to present this item. Can I have a mover for that, please? Okay, I'll move it. You want to second it? Councillor Howard. Thank you, Kurt.
Worship councillors, just another one of the applications. I think it's well summarised, I think, on page 333 and the figure there, section of unformed road running through someone's property on Paparoa Station Road. They're looking to subdivide. I've realised that it's proposing effectively to do some adjustments to the legal boundaries to make their property more usable. We support that. So the purple bit on the plan is effectively what council will be essentially selling to the property owner, and the property owner will be vesting the little section coloured green, which will enable that legal road to tie back into Paparoa Station Road. I mean, just from a technical point of view, if that unformed road was ever formed where it's proposed to tie in and out, so that then where it's green is probably a safer location from a traffic point and safety point of view anyway, than where it currently ties into Paparoa Station Road.
Thank you. Any questions of Kurt? Okay, thank you, Kurt. You can stand down. Look, I think this is pretty straightforward. It improves it for everybody. So that's all I will have to say. Councillor Howard, you have movers.
No, nothing further from me, Your Honour. I think that's all been covered.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, I'll get them right to reply. Thank you, Kurt. That's straightforward. Let's see that happen. I'll move that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 4.10, speed limit reversal approval, Molesworth Drive, Mangawhai. Once again, welcome back, Kurt. Well, looks it. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Lambert, can I have a second that? Councillor Williams. Welcome back.
Hand you over to Vaishali to talk to the paper.
Welcome, Vaishali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So earlier this month, we presented a briefing paper outlining the changes in speed with the new speed limit rule, and specific to that is the speed limit reversals, which is on specified roads, which for us it was only one affected road, which was Molesworth Drive between 28 Molesworth Drive to 19 Molesworth Drive, which is right after Old White Road South here and right before S Street Drive. So that is the only affected road. And previously it was an 80 km/h. And as for one clause in the new rule, we can retain the existing speed limit as it is if there's been significant developments. So given back in 2022, the prior plan change for Mangawhai Central was approved, and it's an ongoing development. So it's more than 850 lots. So we can use that particular clause to retain the existing speed limit, and that is our proposal with this.
Right, any questions? No questions? Yeah, thank you. You can stand down. Movers state, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, so the Mayor, we discussed this, like we said earlier in the month. time and design has moved on for this. What used to be just a bit of rural road going across an estuary and from one connector to the other, it's now an integral part, and there's no way you can travel that road at 80k, even if it was unoccupied safely. So it's only a practical solution to bring it back down.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, the Chair. Yes, look, I agree with Councillor Lambert. It makes sense to keep it 50 kilometres. The rest of Molesworth Drive is 50 kilometres. So yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Any other recommenders wish to speak? Yeah, I think it's a good move. I can just about do 50k down there, but not around the roundabout on my bike. Safe. Councillor Lambert, my reply.
Nothing further to add.
All right, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carried, thank you. All right, item 4.11, which is local government elections, order of candidate, names and elected member guidance. This is to be presented by Alana. I'll move this. Can I have a second?
What are you doing?
What's that?
You need to select the option.
Oh, do I?
The recommendation box.
I am sorry.
Suggestions. Select random.
The random order of candidate names.
Seconded.
All right, thank you. Okay, who's presenting this?
Me and have Dale see online.
Oh, welcome back. Dale, welcome.
Kia ora, everyone.
You're no longer a stranger.
So the report, we want to candidate names on the voting documents. Decision you get to make today, but also provides the elected member protocols for the election period. So it was presented to you at the briefing earlier this month. I won't go into too much detail. We've already chosen the moved motion for the random order of names, but there is the other option, alphabetical and pseudo random. Pseudo random is not randomly printed on the same voting documents, and random is random on each voting document. And I just want to highlight that printing costs remain the same regardless of the option chosen. Yeah, so happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions? No questions, thank you. You can stand down. Yeah, look, I think this is what we recommended at our hearing at our briefing. So it's pretty straightforward. Councillor Paparoa.
Yep, same sentiments. I note that there was a little bit of concern around the random order of names on each ballot paper, but we have been assured from Dale that there's processes and checks and balances in place to ensure that votes don't go askew. So yeah, happy for that to progress that option. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, just briefly, very much on the same line. My involved with counting teams for a good decade with the Electoral Commission. Different voting papers every time you're counting can cause problems. So only thing I hope for is that our scrutiny is top class during the counting process, and our managers are on to their counting staff to ensure that it's done correctly. Because bearing in mind that every voting paper will have a different order, so we can't get the counters can't get complacent in that familiarity of the human brain going over and doing the same thing. So the only thing I would push for is that we make sure our managers are onto it in the counting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair.
Yeah, it should have been a question, but it will become a statement now. So the recommendations, I guess we are not making any, so it will be alphabetical by default, is it? If that's the case, I'm happy with it. But if, I don't know where we are going. So I don't know, this is not question time. So
I think it's
We
important
tried
that we clarify, Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yeah, can you, see Maris, I'd like to clarify something there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Now. Just given where we are, we're in speaking. However, you're not clear on what was being moved, actually. What has been moved and seconded and what you're talking to is the random order of candidate names. That was moved by the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Paniora. So that is what's on the table, just to be clear.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay, I've got the movers right to reply. Yeah, I probably would have backed the alphabet if my surname had started with A, but I think this is the most appropriate way to run an election where you do have random names. I think that's a good system. It's a fair system. So I'll put it to the vote. All those who are in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. All right, item 5.1. Exceptions report, notes exceptions report, February 2025. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Howard, seconder. Councillor Williams, thank you. Presenting this item is, it's got Jason Marriott on here.
Jesse,
It's got someone far better looking out there. Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So February finance report is on the table here and showing our finances to the Feb. There's a couple of points to note. We have had a large number of development contributions come in. So we've been reporting behind budget all year until now, and we are now 1.1 million above what we're expected to receive in the year. So that's really good news for council. We also are still tracking well under on our employee costs, and our investment income is well up. So if you remember, that's what we're using to offset the one-off costs in the annual plan to keep rates down. So that's just good to see that what we expected would happen, and that we have that money to pay for those. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, any questions of Jesse, please? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Through the chair. The capital expenditure summary in this table, it's got 53 million balance budget left to spend, and we've got 3 months left of the financial year. What is your feeling or your reading on where this is going to end up at the end of the financial year for us?
Project teams have confirmed that they're expecting to carry forward 5 million, voting 11.5. So that would take another 30 million so to spend in the year, 20 something million. I'm not sure.
20.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll get that.
Well, yeah, that's.
So Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's hard to imagine us getting far on the basis that roading went up in a good month of February, 1.2 million. So if you're saying that we're going to have 11 million out of the total approved budget of 31 left over, which we had, I can't remember how much we carried forward in roading.
Last year?
Yeah.
3.6.
That was 3.6, that's what that is.
That was for the Mangawhai Shed Pass in Poto Road.
So we're going to end up with more, significantly more in capital.
Just if I can help out here a little bit, we discuss this every month in the briefing, actually, as well as far as the spend goes. Now, roading, the busy months for roading are really coming in now, because it's getting a little bit cooler and it's getting a little bit wetter. Hopefully, we get out of this drought, we actually have some rain to do some more roading work. The maintenance operations and renewals budget of 20 mil there. They are forecasting a complete spend of that this financial year. We've signalled that the SLIP program, 15 million, they're not going to complete that this year. They're going to complete forecasting 8 of that 15. And we are pushing really hard to make sure that we put all the resource we can into the SLIPs program. So I've added quite a bit of extra resource and consultant contractor work actually to help deliver that program as well. So we're really pushing hard right up to the end of the financial year to deliver that. So roading's going okay. They're really out there doing their best to spend all the money and make sure the roads are, done. But also you'll see things like Settlement Road that got sealed yesterday, Beveridge and Canes getting progress too. So that spend will start coming through.
Yeah, I expect to see a big change when we come to March figures. But then we just don't have much more time. 2 months left. But anyway, such as it is, I don't think I had any other question. So can you please explain the 767, the Alamar Crescent upgrade? And we've got 2 other unfinished projects in the schedule when I can find them. Where exactly is the Alamar Crescent being done?
So what's
3 of them.
happened is there's been $100,000 added to the annual plan for 2026, i.e. next year, to do a proper plan for that whole area. So that project there has been deferred until they've actually done the proper plan to understand what should go in there.
Alamar's been deferred.
Right?
That project that we are tender at the moment, and so what we're doing is we're increasing the boat access and widening the turning circle and creating sort of like what do you call those, angled boat paths.
Is that where the car park goes down to
the Elmer boat ramp?
the boat ramp?
Yes, correct.
So that's the car park's right there.
Yes, so we're resealing that, widening the turning circle and increasing the parking spaces. That's currently out for tender at the moment, and so we're just ending that procurement process, but we do think we'll have that project complete by July.
Okay, so that's not going to get in the way of anything that is finally decided.
No, so when Linus came to a briefing to talk to you about some land that we were going to need from the campground to enable access to our toilet blocks, council talked about a wider, or the campground owners' wider desire to swap land. And so we've parked that piece of work, and that's the piece of work that we'll pick up with the master plan.
Okay, so but is that noted in the summary, the schedule of activities? When I can find it, there it was, open spaces and facilities, 435,000. Just trying to keep track of everything on.
Sure.
That is, so the 757. 767 is incorrect.
Yeah, I think so.
It's 4.5 should.
Thank you.
Councillor Naya.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this Mangawhai Alamar, I mean, it's just because Councillor Howard mentioned it. So I guess this is deferred, if I hear it right, because they said the tenders are scheduled to close on 14th March. So this is not the correct statement on this one, right? Am I getting it right or not?
Yeah, at the time of finance report, yeah, the tender process will be there. I'd say my team will be scoring the tender at the moment, and it'll be going to the project steering group, which is the first Monday of every month. So in a couple of weeks' time, that procurement will and so the next report, you'll see that a preferred supply has been selected and that project's now in execution.
Okay, so just on the matter of these projects which we are trying to finish, as Councillor Rachel William mentioned, and like lots of them, and the timeline, and we are deferring again some of the projects. Can we somehow prioritize these projects rather than car parks and all little things which can also be done 6 months later? because we are not, they're all approved, they are in the budget. So I think it's reprioritization is required, or not required, according to you.
So through the chair, we provided a briefing like of the last council meeting of the project management office, and through that briefing, I indicated the project management office works across the business to prioritise all of our projects. And the reason we want to get the Alamar car park done sort of now is because we want it completed before the next summer season. So before Labour weekend in October, we want that Alamar Crescent to be tidied up and accessible for the community.
Thank you.
So Williams?
Yeah, just following on from what Councillor Nair touched on, I think, you know, when we have continued carryovers that are coming back and then we're making more, I think there does need to be a report kind of guided by what was carryover in the previous financial year as to what we're then adding on to and the status of those and the, you know, I guess the importance or maybe the monetary amounts, and then lead it down from there, because it's, you know, we've got that other report and they're all just kind of put in together. But I think some grading system of where you're at now, we're actually focusing on those previous carryovers that was 24 million or something. So I think that's really important, so we understand where things are at, because otherwise it's just a jumbled, you know, and I hear what you said about, you know, the other side of it, and that we will be having briefings and things. So maybe a report in that nature could be really helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, further to that point, I mean, this is the issue that we continue to come up against. Anything that is carried over or had an allocated budget invariably costs ratepayers more. And we've got two projects, one starting very soon with Wood Street. And we talked about one this morning. So there are examples. So that's why we're conscious about that. We just don't want those situations happening. However, I'm going into a little gap under minor consents. There's nothing issued. There's nothing for February. Was that just no minor consents issued, or we just left it out?
Sorry, I don't prepare that part of the report.
Okay.
Consents.
So there was simply adding sleep and just above the graph, it says no minor consents were issued during February 2025. Just above the graph there, Councillor Howard.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I missed that. And the last question I have is 57 lot in all the consents of interest. The last one, 57 lot subdivision, Tara Road, is that outside the bounds of the MWWTP?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Mike, do you know?
The issue about all system area. There is.
Yep.
Further question from Councillor Williams.
Through the chair. Just to go back to the 15 million in the slip repair. So at the moment, we've currently got a FAR rate of 92% up to the end of June. Is that right? So if we don't get majority of that works done, does it then go back to 82%, or is there going to be allowed to be an extension for jobs that are actually in
Progress. I don't know
Progress.
the answer about whether or not we get the in progress one.
Yeah.
I would anticipate if we started in the financial year. I can't answer that question,
Yeah,
so I don't want
just-
to categorically say.
It would be quite good to find that out, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
because
I
it's-
agree.
it's-
I mean, we were only advised of the 92%, you know, a few weeks ago. So it's a bonus for us, actually. That's why we're pushing hard, because of that money and the ability to spend it. Do we know, team? No, we don't know. That's fine. So we're pushing hard to spend the SITS program, and like I said at the outset, it's really important that we get as much as we can. We don't drop straight away. Obviously, we've got, I think, first 2.5 mil of the SIPS program at 82 on the 1st of July, I think is my understanding. So I'm just looking at the nods, and we're really trying hard to get this spend done.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, we've got that great rate.
Yeah, so Kingston Infrastructure Limited have employed since October to lead that work for us. And so he's, like I said, we've put some more resource into that. I've got some consultant contractors actually in the project management Paparoa space, because we need to make sure that our main funder is happy as far as process and paperwork goes.
That's the admin side.
That's the admin side of it, yeah. Yeah, and we've actually met with the NZTA last week with Kingston Infrastructure and Nick and the team. We've agreed a faster, more flexible procurement process. We're seeing faster than our stuff now to try and fast forward the slips work really quickly.
Great.
So there is a lot of work in the background trying to get as much money as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all for questions, isn't it? You could stand down, Jesse. Thank you for that. I move a statement. Kauri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm happy that we're now in the season that we're going to see some movement on some of these capital projects and all that, and get these balances down. There is a focus on that, and I appreciate that there's a focus on it from staff too. So it's certainly something that we've learned from past. And other than that, all elements seem to be fine, and I'm happy with it. Recommend approval of the.
Okay, Councillor Williams, second statement.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, this is a really important document because it's, you know, it's giving us snapshots and where we are financially, and then this is where we can flag any concerns that we have, and again, we've raised over the capital expenditure and the projects. So yeah, I've made some suggestions that we've just spoken about, so it'd be great to see those actions. And yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this point which Councillor William raised, I raised, and I just extending it a little bit more that as councillor or mayor, as elected members, we come with a lot of aspirations, and based on further requests by the people during the term, we pick up projects. But I think somehow we are lacking in discipline of managing the financial management of these things, and which is crucial. And I think more than when we talk about the capital projects and the carryover, which Rachel made a very good point, we should know where it started, and we should extend it even to LTP. We don't know 10 years ago what amount was in LTP, and for one project which is unfinished, how many times the amount was halved, how many times the amount was doubled. So there should be some track record of every project. I mean, if you look at the list of the projects and the hundreds of them, we don't know when they were initiated and when they're gonna finish. The resolution register goes on for years. So I think in terms of financial number, we have to have a little bit more financial discipline and transparency for the ratepayers to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make a statement? Councillor Lambert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just concentrating on one little aspect of the report. We've spoken about the council projects and all, but one that influenced by the private sector, and that's the building consent applications. If you look at that graph, we know we've gone through some of the toughest times in the last year, and we have a look at the graph on consents, and we can see it's above last year, and it's tracking online for expected growth, which that is a private sector input in the district and growth. So that's very enlightening. But on the same aspect of it, the council is still keeping up with their statutory obligations and consenting, and they're on track. So it's good to see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Howard. You have the Councillor Mike Howard.
Thank you,
You have the right of reply. Sorry.
I knew who you're talking about. Yeah, look, I really don't have anything to add, although I'm, again, looking at resource consents and a pickup and the likes, as Councillor Lambert said, they're all tracking very, very well, really. What I'm is to define out now is how much the likes of the timing and processing of consent and building consents included in that have changed since we started in end of 2022. Yeah, thank you. Because that was part of when we set our vision that February on 23. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to be shown as being able and flexible and move along. So have any of these key measures improved since we established our vision?
It's a statement.
It's a statement. It's a little thing that I'll leave with the CEO.
Question time, because sometimes.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But it was. I mean, it's relative to our vision, and let's see keep abreast of whether we're delivering. But that'll do.
Oh, look, maybe it's a good opportunity to see Maris to address that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Howard, good question. You may recall that we report to the Economic Development Committee every 6 months with building a consent process and doing to bring that vision to life and the results as a result of that and the actions that we're taking. So whilst it doesn't come directly to this forum, it is reported regularly through to the Economic Development Committee.
I don't think I was at the last one.
Yeah, I think we've had quite a bit more satisfaction out there, even though sometimes it doesn't show. Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried. The last, before we go into our picks, is item 5.2, resolutions register update March 2025. Alana, what do you think? I'll move this. Can I have a second? Councillor Williams. Thank you, Alana.
Through the chair, this is just the resolution register that comes to every council meeting to update you on past resolutions. And if you have any questions, please take about it. The executive team will be able to answer.
Any questions of? You can stand down.
Right, this one.
Oh, one from Councillor Paparoa. Away you go, Councillor.
Do we have an update on the tenders for the Bailey's Beach?
Could you, Councillor Paparoa, which number was that, please?
The first item, it says that something's due back by the end of March.
Scope of works has been submitted. Then do we have an update on this one, or was that the update? Yeah. No, we don't have a further update on that, Councillor Paparoa.
So it's been submitted to the tender panel.
Yeah, responses are due by the end of this month, which is by the end of 3 days.
Yeah, it's just that it's been ongoing for 3 years now, and we just need to try and push this along.
Okay, thank you. No further statements now. Yeah, look, I'm satisfied with this. I'm not going to make any more comment. Councillor Williams.
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? No. Movers right or 5. I'm going to add to it. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, I'll move to go into publicly excluded. Can I have a second that? Councillor Williams, all those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. First,
just give us a moment. Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
okay, yeah.
Sort out the tech. Thank you. The article in the